And the inquiry is now open. This will be a good time to switch off mobile phones or settings private, please. My name is Andrew Smith, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to determine the appeal made by Appellant LLP, which results from the decision of West Northamptonshire Council to refuse an application for development of up to 31,800 square metres for a external area of employment buildings, use classes E.G. Part 3, B2 and or B8, access, landscaping, associated development and drainage infrastructure. It's an outline application. All matters reserved except for principal means of access to the site on the A5. Please be aware that there's no fire alarm testing envisaged today. In the event the fire alarm sounds, you'll be guided from the building. The assembly point is the green sign adjacent to the mound to the left as you exit the building, and a member of the council will assist in directing people. The council has, in advance of this inquiry, made it clear that it shall not be defending either of its reasons for refusing planning permission. This is for reasons that relate to a successful planning appeal on the site adjoining, and I anticipate should be elaborated upon in the council's opening statement. Thus, no proofs of evidence have been produced by the council, no formal presentation of evidence or cross-examination of witnesses is anticipated to occur in this inquiry. Instead, each of the main issues, the wording of which I shall come on to confirm, is to be dealt with by way of a roundtable discussion led by questions to be put to the appellants and witnesses by either myself or interested parties in relation to this evidence. For the avoidance of doubt, the proofs of evidence have been received from Mr. Morton in terms of landscape, Mr. Williams, highways capacity, and Mr. Tate, planning context. I'm aware that these are all available to view via the council website. I shall now confirm the names of those who wish to speak. I'll first focus on the main part of representation and come to the respective advocates just to check that everyone is here who is expected to be. So I come to Sarah Reid, Casey, for the appellant.
Thank you, sir. Yes, my name is Miss Sarah Reid, REID, King's Counsel. I'm calling three witnesses, Mr. Jason Tate, who sits to my left, Mr. James William, and Mr. James Morton. You have proofs of evidence from all of them. They have their qualifications set out within them.
Okay. You're not anticipating any other representation as for any conditions and roundtable or 106?
Just those to my left.
Yes, so we've got our lawyer who's available on the phone to attend the master directory sessions.
Yes.
Not appears.
Oh, thank you. I come to Sarah Shake Casey for the council.
Thank you, sir. I appear on behalf of the council here. I am instructed by the legal department of the council. I don't, as you've already stated, have witnesses to call, but I do have Mr. Kaz here on my right, who is the case officer, and Ms. Baker, who is our highway expert, should there be any questions or any matters with which we can assist.
Thank you. In terms of interested parties, I have got a list of 5 who've registered their intention to speak here today. So I just run through those just to check everyone's here. First of all, Chris Baumer from Greens Norton Parish Council. Thank you. I understand you have to leave by 11:30 today, so I was going to suggest you be the first one to take the seat. And I assume you'll be happy to answer questions on your evidence if required by them myself or the appellants. Good, yeah. And do you have hard copies of any script that you've got prepared today?
I have one. I may see it. So yes, if anyone wants it.
It would be useful just to get something that one of the officers perhaps help just make copies so that to save you note taking things that will be useful. Thank you. John Russell from Save Toaster Now. Thank you. Again, are you happy to answer questions on your evidence?
Yeah.
Need to be, yes. And I understand you do have copies of your scripts to share.
Now, yes.
Thank you. Anne Gray, again from Save Toaster Now. Thank you. Same question would apply. You're happy to answer questions if needs be?
Yes.
Thank you. And I know you will have copies you've shown me already. Christine Walker, local resident. Thank you. Again, you happy to answer questions if needs be on your evidence? Yeah, and you have copies.
I have copies of the illustrations. I could email you a copy of the plan text anyway.
Would it be possible to perhaps, are you happy to be shared here today for someone to make hard copies?
I've got a scribble on for it.
Okay, well, I'm happy to proceed on the basis you've got the illustration that you said to share with us.
Yeah.
The past I've seen, I'm happy to just have the illustration shown. Okay. until you can speak to them. And Julie Barry. Thank you. And again, you're happy to answer questions if you need to be.
Yes.
Yeah. And you have copies of your scripts. Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to say something at the inquiry? Okay, thank you. Please be aware that the event is being live streamed today by the council's YouTube channel. You can see the screen there on that screen. Just for the sake of completeness, does anyone else intend to film or record the event here today? No. And is there anyone here from the press? Okay. Can I ask that all attendees mute their microphone to guard against background noise when not actually participating, but do obviously when you do speak, please ensure to turn your microphone on. This is particularly for the benefit of anyone watching on the live stream and obviously hear what's being said. You'll see that it's on by the red light that should appear at the base. Please note the position of the witness table in front of me. This is where I'll hear from the various interested parties who will speak. I do not propose that the appellants or expected witnesses take a seat at the witness table for the round table discussion. So this is in view of the setup you have in the process of all those anticipated taking part. Is there any thoughts otherwise from the side?
No.
Thank you. I've been provided with a copy of the council's letters of notification of the appeal, confirming the date, time and location of the inquiry, and list of those to whom the notification was sent. I'm also aware that a press advertisement has been published confirming the details of the event, and site notices have been generated and displayed, as I saw on site yesterday. Can I just confirm the date that the site notice was displayed? Is that the same date that the notification letters were sent out?
No, so I think it was a week or so, possibly before. The site notice actually went up about 3 weeks before the inquiry. I think the site notice has the date on it, but it should do. But if not, it was about 3 weeks before.
So just, I understand that the photographs of that were sent to PIMS, and to confirm our understanding is that the site notice was exhibited in time.
Yeah, I've had confirmation from both sides. I have no reason to suspect otherwise. I was going to just note that the notification letters were sent out a day later than that requested, and the press notice 2 days later than the minimum time frame indicated in the inquiry rules. I am, however, of the stance that these modest delays shall not have led to any interested party getting inferred compromised, particularly what I've heard today in terms of when the site notice was directed. And I'm also obviously aware that the venue and dates relating to the information about the event was made available by the summary note that followed the PMC, which has been on the council's website since early April. And obviously we have attendees here today, which would indicate that has been communication breach in terms of understanding the time of day. But does anyone have anything to raise with respect to that? Any comments or concerns?
Only so that we agree that there's no question of any prejudice. We have a number of third parties in the room who are clearly aware of the position. Secondly, that the relevant regulations, the Town and Country Planning Appeals Determination by Inspection Inquiries Procedurals indicate that what's required is taking one or more of the following steps, and the site notices were exhibited on time, and therefore there is substantive compliance with those requirements in any case.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add, Councillor?
So no, there doesn't seem to be any reason for suspecting prejudice here.
Thank you. I also have copies of representations made in response to the original planning application consultation and notifications made at appeal stage, and I shall take it into account in reaching my decision. The benefit of anyone not aware, and as I just touched upon, I held a case management conference, or 2 case management conferences via MS Teams on the 1st and the 29th of April. That was attended by representatives of the Appellant of the Council. These were held purely to discuss the procedure for the inquiry, so the merits of the appeal were not discussed. Such matters as the identification of the main issues, how the evidence is to be dealt with, and the preliminary running of order for the event were discussed. The plans before me for determination, I've taken these to be the 3 plans listed in the statement of common ground, I think it's condition 3 of that schedule, which is the location plan, with reference ending P003, score document 1.1. Parameters plan, reference ending P006, division H, score document 3.2. And A5 access and footway improvements plan, with reference ending 003, revision P04, and that's called document 2.1. Is any understanding otherwise, please let me know. Interested parties should be aware that all core documents and inquiry documents are being stored by the council's website under the relevant council planning reference number. These online records are to be updated on a regular basis to take account of any inquiry documents handed up today. Confirmation from council.
Yes.
Thank you. It was agreed at the original CMC that the appeals main issues could relate to the effects on the character and appearance of the area, having particular regard to the siting of the proposed tallest buildings, the effects on the strategic road network, having particular regard to whether or not there would be a severe residual cumulative impact, and whether or not the proposal accords a development plan when read as a whole, including consideration of any material considerations to be weighed in the planning balance. These align broadly with the council's original reasons for refusing planning permission, whilst their wording could evolve for purposes of my written discussion as a result of discussion, my written decision as a result of the discussion as we're about to have. Has anyone got any comments on the scope and wording of the main issues?
No, thank you.
No, sir, thank you.
I should follow the procedure as set out in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules, or use the abbreviated title for those rules. As such, when I've concluded my opening remarks, I should invite the appellant and the council to each make an opening statement. This will help everyone to understand the respective positions of the main parties. In accordance with the draft inquiry timetable that's been circulated, there's a couple of copies in the gallery. I shall then hear from interested parties. There shall then be the opportunity for myself and interested parties to ask questions of the relevant witnesses in relation to the proofs of evidence produced on behalf of the appellant. This should be done in a landscape sense first of all, in highways, and planning, with the appellant's advocate being given the opportunity to put questions to her respective witnesses at the end of each area of evidence she should desire. I just wanted to highlight here that I shall be asking questions pertaining to opening year assessments as covered in the highways evidence, and to Mr. Williams's position that it is reasonable to assume one unit will be occupied on the proposed development by the autumn winter of 2026. That's 3.2.9 of his proof. Moreover, in this sense, I shall wish to explore the suitability or otherwise of the present draft wording of the time limit condition. I think it's condition 1 in the schedule. It could be that either Mr. Williams or Mr. Tate fixes this particular conditional point, but when we come to it. Thereafter, I shall lead a further roundtable discussion on conditions and the planning obligation. A session of this nature is standard procedure and does not indicate that I have made up my mind case. I envisage that closing submission shall only be required if to expand upon opening statements in light of discussions to take place here today. I shall ask for confirmation of any appetite for this at an appropriate point later on in proceedings. It should be noted that the draft timetable indicates the possibility of us getting through all sessions today. This could prove to be overambitious and is very much dependent on how the evidence emerges. Rest assured, I'll be giving sessions the time they need and shall not be rushing for a conclusion here today. If necessary, we'll sit tomorrow to finish discussion. As referenced as a note on the draft timetable, I carried out an unaccompanied site visit yesterday in accordance with an itinerary put together by the main parties. There remains scope for a further visit to be made either today or tomorrow on either an accompanied or unaccompanied basis in response to evidence that could emerge at the inquiry. Moreover, in accordance with the inquiry rules, I'm required to undertake a further visit if specifically requested by either of the main parties. I plan to have a lunch break of around an hour today, with short breaks in the morning and afternoon, so there should be 4 sessions, although there is flexibility to some degree depending on when natural breaks occur. If the advocates think any additional adjournment is necessary at any stage, please do let me know. Are there any thoughts on the draft inquiry timetable that has been circulated or anything I've just set out? Ms. Reid?
No, thank you, sir.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. A draft list of conditions has been provided, which has been worked upon by the parties. It's contained in the centre of common ground, and should be used for the basis of our conditions discussion later on. Similarly with section 106, a final draft was provided on the 20th of May and should be used as the basis for our discussion. I'm assuming the intention is for a signed version to be handed up after the inquiry, following any discussions or amendments that might be necessitated by discussions later on.
Sorry, sir, I was just taking instructions on the point.
Just talking about the section 106.
Yeah,
It's on final draft at the moment, agreed final draft.
yes,
We'll have a discussion about it later on. I assume you're working on the basis that any amendments would occur after the inquiry and you'd be working towards the final version in a couple of weeks potentially.
correct, sir, yeah.
And that's the council's understanding.
We're content with that, yes, thank you.
Okay. I know an application for a partial award of costs was received from the appellant on 28th of May, and that a written response from the council was received yesterday. There is the opportunity for a final rebuttal to be made if there is desire to do so, and I was going to suggest perhaps by the close of the inquiry.
So I'm already on with drafting it. There are a few tweaks that need to be made, but I'm hopeful over the lunch break I'll be in a position to try and finalise that, certainly by the end of the inquiry.
If there are any new cost applications or additions to the received cost application, these should be made here before the close of the inquiry. In addition, I have a power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. If I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal has been issued. All documents and evidence should already have been provided. However, if anyone intends to submit anything further, please do tell me now. I should also note that any exception issue material received after the close of the inquiry be accepted and taken into account. So that concludes my opening remarks. Are there any queries about the procedure or other matters before we start?
Nothing, thank you, sir.
Okay, in that case, may I ask the appellant's advocate to make her opening statement, please?
Yes, sir, I'll just have for it to be circulated. As you already noted, and on the timetable, it is significantly longer than an opening submission would usually be, on the basis that it is effectively the appellant's submissions in the inquiry.
Thank you. Give that inquiry document reference number 1. I'll suspect things.
But so this is an appeal against the refusal of an application for development of up to 31,800 square metres of employment buildings, set out the use classes there, access, landscaping and associated development and drainage infrastructure on land adjoining Plantation. The application is in outline with all matters reserved save for the principal means of access to the site on the A5. The site is allocated for the proposed development in the council's development plan and should have been approved without delay in accordance with Framework 11C and Section 38(6), which require that applications for planning permission are determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Nevertheless, this application has now been under consideration for nearly 3.5 years. The national policy imperative in favour of sustainable economic growth is clear. Framework 85 requires that planning policies and decisions should help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account both local and business needs and wider opportunities for development. The approach taken should allow each area to build on its strengths, counter any weaknesses and address the challenges of the future. The development plan has a pivotal role in delivering against this important national policy objective. Framework 86A and B require planning policies to set out a clear economic vision and strategy to positively and proactively encourage sustainable economic growth, set criteria and identify sites for local and inward investment to match the strategy and meet anticipated needs over the plan period. Local Plan Part 2 seeks to address these overarching national policy imperatives through the allocation of additional employment land and by facilitating local economic employment growth. In doing so, the plan expressly recognises that the provision of a sufficient number and variety of available employment sites and the formation of planning policies which allow employment-generating development to come forward in sustainable locations is critical to allowing existing companies to grow and to provide for new company formation. Employment sites are also needed to respond to inward investment and capitalise on planned transport improvements. It is therefore, to use the words of the local plan itself, critical that the identified allocated sites can come forward in accordance with the policies of the plan to deliver both local and national policy objectives. The local plan also recognises that out-commuting and low job densities are significant issues in the district and that increasing the economic competitiveness of South Northamptonshire is key to providing employment opportunities for all residents and increasing levels of self-containment. The local plan therefore allocated sites to facilitate more local economic growth, which would also complement its proposed housing delivery, confirming that it is important to facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities to provide additional choice and opportunity for the growing population and to look to reduce out-commuting. Drawing all this together, the local plan recognises that its employment allocations were needed to support the delivery of a flexible supply of employment land and help strengthen the economy of the district. This overarching context is important. As set out, the appeal site is a site that is allocated by the council's own plan. The appeal proposals are therefore plainly in line with the development plan in terms of the basic principle of development, a point which the Statement of Common Ground recognises. But more than this, they positively deliver against the council's overarching core priorities for economic growth, and they directly meet the district's needs identified through the plan-led process in exactly the way envisaged by the plan itself. This is very clearly a scheme for sustainable economic development within the meaning of the development plan and the framework. The council's own professional officer recommended that permission was granted in this case and was plainly right to do so. In truth, this is a scheme which should always have been welcomed with open arms by the local planning authority. Notwithstanding the above, it is welcomed that eventually the local planning authority has now expressly agreed that the development is acceptable subject to conditions and the Section 106 obligation. The council's agreement to the same follows the grant of permission on appeal for proposals on the remainder of allocation AL1 or the DHL appeal. I deal with the implications of this decision further below, but here simply note that following receipt of the decision and in accordance with advice from its professional officers and appointed experts, the council has confirmed that its reasons for refusal are not sustainable and does not resist the appeal. There is therefore now professional consensus between the appellant, the highway authorities and the local planning authority that this scheme is acceptable and that permission can be granted accordingly. There are no outstanding technical objections from any other expert statutory counsel see. At the CMC, sir, you identified three main issues based on the council's original reasons for refusal. Whilst noting that matters have now moved on since the council has withdrawn each reason for refusal, I nevertheless turn to each main issue in turn. So first, to the effect upon the character and appearance of the area, having regard to the siting of the proposed tallest buildings. As the council's own professional officer recognised in his considered and detailed report to committee, it is inevitable that some landscape and visual impacts will occur as a result of developing the site in accordance with its allocation. The same point was recognised by the DHL inspector. However, because the site is allocated, these are impacts that the plan-making process has deemed acceptable to deliver necessary employment growth to the benefit of the district. The inevitable impacts associated with bringing forward an allocated site in the council's own plan are not impacts that can reasonably justify the refusal of permission in the plan-led system. To allocate a site for employment development, set out specific policy guidance in the SPD as to the nature of building acceptable on the site, and then to fundamentally object to and refuse planning permission for precisely that type of development is entirely and inherently unreasonable. Second, the appeal site forms part of the wider AL1 allocation and will come forward in the context of the wider allocations proposals to the east and west, so that's AL3 and AL2. It will therefore be effectively contained by the very significant proposed development to the immediate north-east and partially to the west. And we've included there the future baseline plan from Mr. Morton's appendix JM1, which we say speaks for itself. Although at the time members refused permission, the AL3 site had planning permission, but the DHL scheme had not been approved. As correctly noted by the council's own professional officer in his report to committee, the effect of the allocations in the council's own plan are such that it could reasonably be expected that the site will either be significantly screened by that expected surrounding development, or will be substantially mitigated by the proposals being seen within a much changed context of extensive commercial development. It is noted that the council's first reason for refusal referred specifically to the siting of B8 buildings on the highest part of the site. Not only does this demonstrate that members wrongly considered the application, because the parameters plans do not fix the location of development that will come forward by use class, and this is an outline application, but it also demonstrates that members appear to have ignored the inevitable impacts of the remainder of the council's own allocation that wraps around the northern part of the site, shaded pink above, and which sits on higher ground. It also failed to grapple with the impact of the development of allocation site AL3, which is shaded green above, which the council itself had approved in 2022 in outline, but with set building parameters, and which has since gained reserved matters approval in accordance with those parameters. The evidence of Mr. Morton reviews the data submitted with the application and explains that this is a carefully designed and well-considered scheme that will come forward consistent with the council's own allocation and will deliver high-quality business park within a townscape ideally suited to accommodate such developments, and that will be sensitive to its receiving character and visual environment. Following submission of the application, the council adopted an SPD. The SPD was produced following extensive community consultation and sets out that its purpose is to provide clear guidance, in its words, as to what is expected from future development and to, in its words, provide a robust and clear framework with clear specific development principles to inform the determination of applications. The SPD is therefore the council's document guiding what will be appropriate and acceptable on the employment allocations. The Statement of Common Ground accepts that this SPD is of particular relevance to the determination of the appeal proposals. The SPD contains a development framework for bringing forward allocation AL1. This is based on a detailed contextual appraisal of the local environment, including the rural setting north of the A43 and the identification of landscape and visual considerations pertinent to each of the allocations. The development framework sets parameters based on its contextual analysis for allocation site AL1 in respect of access, movement, drainage, green infrastructure, building height, scale, massing and placemaking in urban form, suggesting key frontage opportunities within the allocation. Mr. Morton's evidence explains how the scheme fully complies with all of those parameters, and indeed the council has never taken issue with access, movement, drainage, GI or placemaking urban form considerations. In relation to building height, scale and massing, the SPD sets out that small and medium-sized buildings will be acceptable where there is no significant visual impact, likely rising to approximately 16 metres in height from existing ground levels and being effectively screened from sensitive views by either existing or proposed tree planting. The SPD provides a definition of small and medium buildings based on the contextual analysis of the wider area, and the buildings proposed by the appeal scheme fall comfortably within those parameters which I've set out in this paragraph. Condition 4 secures that no individual unit or building shall exceed 6,500 square metres. Accordingly, there is an expectation articulated in the SPD that building heights will be acceptable to approximately 16 metres in height. As set out, that expectation is based on a thorough contextual appraisal within the SPD. Whilst the appeal scheme is in outline, the parameters plan splits the development into 3 zones. Condition 5 sets out the height parameters for the proposed development. The local planning authority has never taken issue with the parameters for zone 1, the A5 frontage, or zone 3, the A43 frontage, where ridge heights range between 11 metres and 13 metres in height. The ridge heights for zone 2 are set at 16 metres and therefore also consistent with the parameters contemplated by the council's own SPD. At the committee meeting, the head of development management specifically advised members that condition 5 restricted the maximum heights of buildings for each of the zones in accordance with the above. That is an agreed condition, and therefore the maximum heights of the building to ridge cannot exceed the parameters above. Further, the SPD contemplates that buildings of this scale should be effectively screened from sensitive views by existing or proposed tree planting. Again, members were specifically advised by their own officers that the structural landscaping to the periphery of the site would reach a sufficient height and density slope as to quote the officer, largely match the height of the development and significantly screen and mitigate its impact on wider landscape views. This is a point that the council continues to accept in the statements of common ground at paragraph 5.1. It is also a point recognised by the DHL inspector, who concluded that, in contrast to the DHL scheme, lower height development on the allocation side would be, and I quote, capable of complete screening by landscaping in key views from the north and the east. It should also be noted that whilst the tallest buildings on the appeal site are located to the north of the appeal site, they are not sited on the northern and highest point of the allocation site. The northern and highest part of the allocation site is comprised of the DHL site. Thus, as the officer correctly noted, it was always the case that the application site would be substantially screened by that development and experienced in a much changed context. This is therefore clearly a proposal that is contemplated by the council's own development plan and SPD, and members' decision to the contrary flew in the face of the council's own adopted documents and was never reasonable. The SPD identifies 3 key visual receptor areas relevant to allocation AL1 and a number of key viewpoints associated with each. Reason for refusal 1 related to the impact of the proposals on the northern part of the appeal site. Receptor area A in the SPD is comprised of land to the north, east and west of the allocation and includes the countryside to the north and identifies sensitive viewpoints within the relevant receptor area. Mr. Morton's assessment demonstrates that at year 10 on the landscape proposed to maturing, there will be a significance of effect of negligible to none in respect of all of these viewpoints, with the exception of viewpoint 4 and 5 in the SPD or Mr. Morton's viewpoint 12 to 13. Wireframe 13 illustrates that here the development will be visible at a long distance, partially screened but sitting within a mature and treed landscape and experienced in the context of the proposed DHL and IM developments. The long-term assessed level of effect is assessed as minor and neutral, being compatible with the receiving visual environment and not significant. Nor are there any identified visual effects in relation to the viewpoints considered in receptor area C and C wireframe viewpoint 15, which illustrates that the appeal site is set on lower lying ground from the RP registered park and garden and is fully screened by intervening woodland belts around the park's perimeter. Area B is the A5 and A43 corridor. As recognised by the DHL inspector, the DHL scheme already effectively moves the edge of Toaster to the north, so that on the approach from the north, that scheme, which comprises built development of up to 21.5 metres in height, will be experienced before the appeal development. The appeal scheme will therefore be experienced within this developed context, but also within the existing built-up context on the A5's approach to the Tove roundabout, a point directly recognised in the SPD. Along the A43, the proposed development will be experienced in the context of the existing Plantation development and will be heavily filtered by a robust landscaping scheme and retained boundary vegetation and will be entirely compatible with the urban character, scale, form and density of commercial development already established at the Toad roundabout and along the A43 corridor. It should be noted that the council's SPD recognises the site's immediate townscape context around the Toad roundabout as being highly urbanised, comprising extensive small to medium scale employment zones. This is illustrated at figures JM4 of Mr Morton's landscape brief, which have been provided below for ease of reference. This only reinforces the compatibility and appropriateness of the proposed development within the receiving townscape setting. Indeed, as noted by the DHL inspector, the supporting text of policy AL1 notes the site's location on and close to the A5 and A43 and states that development in this area provides an opportunity for high visibility economic investment, and there was therefore a recognition that such development would potentially be seen from and close to the A5 to the extent that this was considered by the plan to be an opportunity. Further and consistently with this, the SPD expressly identifies key frontages that to be provided along both the A5 and A43, and the council's own SPD therefore also clearly anticipates that development should be visible to these frontages. The appeal proposals will be sensitively integrated to their receiving urban context, and Mr Morton assesses that there will be no more than a minor significance of effect at year 10 in these locations. These proposals are consistent with the site's allocation and the guidance from the SPD and will deliver a positive and appropriate gateway to the town. Turning to landscape effects, as a result of the excellent containment of the site, landscape effects will be highly localised and effectively confined to the site itself. The landscape strategy for the site, which incorporates extensive structural planting in accordance with the guidelines of the SPD, will further ensure that there are no long-term significant landscape effects, even at this highly localised scale, with year 10 effects assessed as minor, adverse and not significant. It is noted that the Statement of Common Ground Planning records that the council agrees that the site is largely surrounded by consented development, which is also taller and larger than proposed on the appeal site, and that views of the development will either be totally curtailed or only visible in the context of larger adjacent development. Consequently, when weighed in the planning balance, any adverse landscape impacts would not prevent the development as proposed. For all those reasons, the council's professional officer was clearly right to advise in his detailed and carefully considered report that this scheme was acceptable in landscape terms. That was plainly always the case for the reasons set out. Further, following the grant of permission on appeal for the DHL scheme, the council's professional officer, in consultation with the council's appointed landscape consultant, advised members that seeking to resist the proposal on landscape grounds would be, in his words, futile. The council has now formally accepted its professional officer's advice and has resolved that its landscape reason for refusal is unsustainable. The appellant agrees. Accordingly, this scheme delivers the council's own allocation in accordance with policy AL1, which is brought forward consistently with the council's own SPD and that will be wholly appropriate in its context and which can be delivered without any significant long-term adverse landscape or visual effects. The scheme complies with policies S10 of the core strategy and SS2B and AL1 of the local plan part 2. This is a development plan compliant scheme. Issue 2. The effects of the effects upon the strategic road network, having particular regard to whether or not there would be severe residual cumulative impacts. National highways are the statutory consultee in respect of the strategic road network. National Highways has formally confirmed that it does not object to the proposal and that it remains of the view that the residual cumulative impacts of the development on the SRN are not expected to be severe. This is important. It is a well-established proposition that the opinion of the statutory consultee should be attributed great or considerable weight and that the decision maker should only depart from their view where there are cogent and compelling reasons to do so. And I've included the relevant case law there, so in the footnote, which is also included in the core document bundle. In this appeal, the following points are relevant. First, The assessment of the highway network by the applicant was informed by outputs from the West Northamptonshire Council's own strategic model, the NSTM, to obtain forecast traffic flows for future years. A micro-simulation model, BISM, was then used to assess the impact of the development on queuing and delay on the highway network, with reference to traffic flows derived from the NSTM. Observed traffic surveys were used to validate the micro-simulation model. The Statement of Common Ground Highways records that all relevant technical parameters were agreed with National Highways, as well as the local highway authority and the local planning authority. Second, NH has confirmed that the relevant date for the assessment of impacts on the SRN is the opening year. This approach, NH has also confirmed, is in accordance with government policy set out in the DFT circular at paragraph 50. Paragraph 50 is clear. An opening year assessment to include trips generated by the proposed development, forecasted growth and permitted development shall be carried out to establish the residual transport impacts of a proposed development. The appellant has sought advice from National Highways as to what should be included in the opening year assessment. NH has advised that the opening year assessment should be based upon the first year of first occupation of the proposed development. It should be undertaken for 100% of the site, irrespective of when it will be fully occupied. Whereas here, the site is allocated in an up-to-date local plan. The amounts of committed and local plan allocations accounted for in the assessment are those amounts that would be occupied when the development in question is first occupied. This advice was followed by the appellant, and further, the quantum of development taken into account in the appellant's opening year assessment was agreed with NH and the council. NH's statement to the inquiry confirms that, as confirmed in our formal response to the application, the applicant considered the opening year assessment as required in paragraph 50 of the circular and an appropriate consideration of traffic anticipated from the remaining allocated sites has been considered. In this respect, we consider that a cumulative assessment at opening year has been undertaken. The opening year assessment demonstrates that the greatest change will occur in the PMP on the route from the A5 north. However, in terms of journey times, the scale of change will be less than 4%. This is only 21 seconds on a 9 to 10 minute journey, is well within the typical daily variations in flows, usually around 10% of traffic flows, and is unlikely to be noticeable to users of the strategic road network. Queues will only increase by 12 additional vehicles and will not impact on the flow of any junctions and will occur on a straight stretch of the A5. NH have characterised these increases in queues and delays on the SRN as minimal in the opening year, and it was plainly right to do so. It is noted that the opening year assessment did not take into account the mitigation that is now committed to come forward through the DHL scheme, since this was not approved at the time the assessments were completed, and nor does it take into account reductions that will occur as a result of modal shift occasioned by the sustainable transport improvements that this scheme will deliver. The framework has since been updated in December 24 to make it clear that these should be accounted for, a point I'll deal with in a moment. It was not considered proportionate to rerun the assessment to account for these, given the extremely minor impacts on the network as set out above, demonstrated by the existing assessment. Nevertheless, capacity would plainly increase yet further if the DHL scheme and proposed sustainable transport measures were accounted for. On any basis, it is clear that on the basis of an opening year assessment, the residual cumulative impacts on the network would not be severe. There are no reasonable grounds to refuse this application when assessed on the correct basis and in accordance with national policy in the circular and framework 116. The statutory consultee, NH, has taken the time to provide a statement to the inquiry that expressly confirms that it is of the same opinion. As set out, it is a well-established proposition that the opinion of the statutory consultee should be afforded great or considerable weight, and the decision maker should only depart from this where there are clear and compelling reasons to do so. Here, there are none. Notwithstanding the above, the local planning authority refused permission for this scheme on the basis that there would be a severe residual cumulative impact on the SRN, with specific reference to the future year's cumulative impact 2031 in relation to traffic approaching the Tone roundabout. The first reason for refusal was based upon, this reason for refusal was based upon an additional NSTM test that was requested by the council to enable the council to review the impact of all remaining AL sites together as one. This approach is plainly not justified for the following reasons. First, it is an approach which sets aside an opening year assessment, notwithstanding that national policy makes it clear that this is the appropriate assessment. Second, the LPA has made the decision to allocate this site amongst others. In testing whether the now adopted plan was sound, the inspector considered whether the residual cumulative impacts of the proposed allocations would be severe. He concluded that the impacts were acceptable and that the sites could be allocated. It is not for an individual applicant applying for planning permission on a site that the council has chosen to allocate through the plan-led system to revisit strategic questions as to whether it was right to do so, or whether it might remain appropriate for all those sites to be allocated, having regard to impacts that might arise if all of them come forward unmitigated 2 years beyond the end of the existing plan period. It is a matter of agreement in the statement of common ground that the proposals are in line with the provisions of the development plan in terms of the basic principle of development, and there is no allegation of conflict with policy AL1 or any other policy of the development plan relating to transportation matters in the decision notice. Third, as confirmed in the case of Hawkhurst, again included in the core documents bundle, the relevant question for the purpose of Framework 116 is not whether at any particular point, with committed development and natural traffic growth, delays will get worse to a point that the authority chooses to describe them as severe. Instead, what is required is a case-by-case assessment of whether the particular impact caused by the particular development could be treated as severe. In my judgment, what was then para 109 of the framework, now 116, necessarily requires consideration of whether the residual cumulative impact of the proposed development is severe, not simply whether existing or projected congestion without that development would be severe. It is not, therefore, the function of an individual application to cater for background traffic growth or generally for projected congestion associated with the delivery of the council's own plan. What the framework requires is an assessment of the impacts of the individual development proposal and an assessment of whether the residual cumulative impacts of the development, following mitigation, I should add, would be severe. Indeed, a reason that the DFT circular was amended in 2013 was to require the assessment of development proposals to be undertaken in the opening year to ensure alignment with the framework on this point, and specifically to remove the requirement for development to cater for future background traffic growth and ensure that economic growth was not stunted on this basis. I quote from the document, both circulars require replacement with the aim of producing new policy that aligns to the framework and promotes development and economic growth. The key policy issue to note in that document provides that where proposals would take a road or junction over capacity after impact reduction measures, mitigation will only be required to the extent that capacity is adequate at the time of opening, thus removing the requirement to cater for future background growth. It is submitted that this is precisely why, in their statement to the inquiry, NH recognises that capacity issues that might arise at the end, in fact beyond the current plan period, and any strategic mitigation measures to address the same are matters that should be addressed at the policy making stage. The adopted local plan has confirmed the acceptability in principle of the allocations, and future strategic policy choices that take into account a changed context at the end of the plan period are matters for the council's emerging plan. NH therefore correctly note that the relevant question for the purpose of determining this application now is whether the impact of the proposed development on the SRN is severe, applying the policy in the circular and the framework. For the reasons set out above and as agreed by NH, this proposal plainly accords with the relevant provisions of national policy. However, and notwithstanding the above, happily, the question as to whether the 2031 assessment should be used in preference to the opening year assessment has now largely become a moot point. This is because the local planning authority, on the advice of their professional officer and appointed expert, now expressly accept that their reason for refusal is unsustainable on the basis of the 2031 assessment. The local planning authority's change of position in relation to its highways reason for refusal follows the grant of permission on the appeal for the DHL scheme. The DHL scheme includes a mitigation scheme for the Toad roundabout. As this is now a committed mitigation scheme, it is agreed it should be now taken into account. The appellant has therefore rerun the 2031 test in the micro simulation model to account for the DHL mitigation scheme. Second, the December 2024 framework, in a continuation of the previous approach in national policy encouraging sustainable transport planning, has confirmed a move away from a predict and provide approach to capacity. That is, an approach that seeks to predict future demand to provide additional capacity, towards a vision-led approach. The definition of vision-led in the new glossary is as follows: an approach to transport planning based on setting outcomes for development based on achieving well-designed, sustainable and popular places, and providing transport solutions to deliver those outcomes as opposed to predicting future demand to provide capacity. Framework 115D requires consideration of whether any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree through a vision-led approach. And the changes to 116 made in December 2024 now clarify and confirm that when considering whether the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe, it is impacts, quote, following mitigation that should be considered. The Hawkhurst case confirms that paragraphs 115 and 116 should be read together. Therefore, the 2024 framework has clarified that the assessment required by 116 should take into account the sustainability enhancements and mitigations delivered consistently with framework 115. This application has always taken a positive, sustainable approach to transport planning, and it is a matter of agreement in the Statement of Common Ground that the development prioritises sustainable transport in line with a vision-led approach in the new framework through the delivery of employment facilities within 2 miles of nearly all residents within Towcester, a direct footway cycle track through the site away from the A5, across the A43, through the provision of a Toucan crossing, and south of the A43 along the A5, connecting local amenities and residential areas of Towcester. This will also provide substantial improvements for the 35,000 visitors per month of the Plantation Garden Centre. The footway cycleway track will also connect the A43 crossing and the remainder of the AL1 sites. The provision of 2 new bus stops on the A5 in Towcester immediately outside Aldi, reducing walking distances by approximately 250 metres, providing substantial improvements to access to public transport, the use of the proposed development, Aldi, and the 35,000 visitors to the Plantation Garden Centre, the provision of a framework travel plan, and so I note that the obligation in the 106 has now been agreed in respect of appropriate mode shift targets. As noted by Mr Williams' evidence, the scheme will also deliver signage to direct pedestrians and cyclists to key routes, secure cycle parking and changing facilities. In doing so, the proposal positively performs against local plan policy INF1, which recognises that the assessment of capacity should consider whether the impact of development can be reduced through promoting behavioural change. These sustainability enhancements will have a tangible, positive, beneficial effect on modal shift. In accordance with the provisions of the 2024 framework, this should be accounted for in the assessment. The updated 2031 assessment therefore takes them into account, and the Council agrees that this is the correct approach. The updated assessment results are discussed in Mr Williams' evidence. They demonstrate that, applying robust assumptions in respect of modal shift, the increase in journey time will be less than a minute on all arms of the roundabout in the AM peak. The same applies in the PM peak, save the A543 arm, where the increase in journey time will still be less than 2 minutes. Further, the level of impact on the Toad roundabout generally sits within the daily variation of traffic flows that would typically arise. Mr Williams' analysis of background traffic growth also demonstrates that increases in delay are primarily caused by background traffic growth, and that the impacts of the proposed development on this junction will be imperceptible in the context of the level of that background growth. As emphasised by an inspector in an appeal decision at Rochford, the question as to whether the residual cumulative impact of the development proposal on the network is severe is not answered by simply asking whether the proposal would add further traffic to an already busy road. Further, in the Rochford appeal decision, the inspector confirmed that, in alleging that there would be a severe impact in their reason for refusal, the council had applied the wrong test. We note that these same words were used in the council's reason for refusal here. In the Rochford appeal, the council's case rested solely on the forecast performance of one junction for a limited portion of the weekday morning peak. However, as confirmed by the inspector, what the framework requires is an assessment as to whether the residual cumulative impacts on the network were severe. In the present case, on most arms of the Tove roundabout, there will be an imperceptible impact in respect of each of the peak hours, and any limited impact such as it is effectively confined to two arms at a single junction on the network within the AM and PM peak hours. These impacts are plainly not sufficient to demonstrate that the residual cumulative impacts on the network would be severe, applying the test in the framework. Indeed, consideration of forecast network statistics demonstrates that impacts across the network from the proposed developments are negligible, with an increase of average delay per vehicle of just 14 seconds in the AM peak and 4 seconds in the PM peak, equating to an average change in vehicle speeds of 1 mile per hour in both peak hours. Considering forecast network statistics to understand the residual cumulative impacts on the network is an approach that is consistent with an approach endorsed in an appeal at Biggleswade. Mr. Williams also explains that these results do not take into account traffic reduction factors that are likely to reduce the impact yet further, including increased home working following the COVID pandemic, the potential for future reductions associated with peak spreading, that is, seeking to avoid traffic in busy time, additional modal shift associated with the Plantation Garden Centre and facilities, DHA, AL3, Aldi Shell and the Castle car dealership developments that can also use the proposed sustainable facilities, and the potential to reduce out commuting and therefore movements through the roundabout as a result of the provision of additional employment facilities in Towcester. Whilst these impacts have not been modelled, as recognised by the Rochford inspector, they are perfectly proper to take into account and only serve to reduce the likely number of trips through the roundabout following the implementation of the development. For all those reasons, Mr. Williams concludes that even on the basis of the 2031 assessment, the residual cumulative impact on the road network following mitigation would not be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios, and the proposal should not be refused, applying the test in Framework 116. The local planning authority now agrees. The statement of common ground planning records that with a robust travel plan and sufficient modal shift, any additional traffic contribution to cumulative impacts from this development would fall below the severe threshold in national policy, and any residual traffic impacts would not outweigh the benefits of the development, such that there are no highways or traffic impacts which should prevent the development as proposed. However assessed, there is now, therefore, substantive agreement between the appellant, National Highways and the local planning authority that there are no reasons to refuse the permission for this scheme, having regard to the effects on the SRN. The proposal complies with the relevant policies of the development plan relating to transport matters, AL1 and INF1, and the policy requirements of Chapter 9 of the framework. This is a development plan and framework compliant scheme, having regard also to highways issues. Issue 3. Whether or not the proposal accords with the development plan when read as a whole, including consideration of any material considerations to be weighed in the planning balance. For the reasons set out in Mr. Tate's evidence, this is a scheme that fully complies with the detailed requirements and criteria contained in Policy AL1 of Local Plan Part 2, as well as the other policies of the development plan. It benefits from the statutory presumption in favour of the development plan in section 38(6), as well as national policy imperative in Framework 11C, that such proposals should be granted planning permission without delay. This is a scheme that will deliver a raft of significant benefits. First, as set out above, the scheme will deliver necessary local employment growth and attract investment in accordance with the core principles of the Council's plan, policies EMP 1 and 3, and in accordance with the national policy imperatives that encourage sustainable economic growth, flexibility and choice contained in Framework 85 to 87. Second, as recognised by the plan, there are clear locational advantages in directing such growth to this allocated site. Towcester is centrally located within South Northamptonshire, is one of its two first-tier settlements within the district identified in the core strategy, and as recognised in the local plan, is strategically well located with good accessibility. Indeed, both Toaster and the site are readily accessible to the SRN, and the plan recognises this to be a key locational advantage of the allocation. This was a point emphasised by the DHL inspector, who noted that the site is only around 6 miles from the motorway and linked to it by the A43, close to the M1 and most parts of the former South Northamptonshire district area. The plan specifically notes that the ready accessibility of the Plantation site to the SRN and local distributor roads will avoid lorry movements through residential areas. Balancing employment and housing growth and reducing out commuting are also core sustainability objectives of the plan that would be facilitated by these proposals. The development will support sustainable economic growth in a location proximate to Coaster, reducing the need for out commuting and delivering a range of job opportunities to the local workforce. The Statement of Common Ground agrees that the economic benefits will be significant. The gross build construction value of the project is over £35 million. Direct temporary construction jobs generated by the development are estimated at 50 jobs per annum, potentially over 450 jobs over the construction period, as well as some 531 full-time equivalent jobs in the operational stage, and will likely generate additional full-time equivalent indirect jobs into the local economy induced from the scheme. As noted by Mr. Tate, this level of employment creation is significant. It will drive significant investment into the local economy and an increase in wage generation to the local economy of some £16.19 million. The scheme will also deliver clear social benefits associated with job creation, social stability and job opportunities in a healthy, beneficial and sustainable environment. Further, as explained by Mr. Tate, this scheme is also important to ensure that a range of employment opportunities that are delivered on these allocated sites, and the Statement of Common Ground planning recognises that there is an economic need for development to support local employment growth, and the objective of the plan to attract new investment and provide jobs to match the skills of local people. The DHL scheme and allocation AL3 will deliver large format V8 buildings, whereas the appeal scheme looks to deliver a range of uses within the light industrial, storage and distribution and general industrial sectors of a more traditional medium to small scale. The anticipated scale of development is such that it will allow for both local demand to be met, but will also act as a draw to inward investment, in that the scale and flexibility is such to be highly attractive to the sub-regional Northamptonshire market. Market evidence demonstrates that there is an undersupply of opportunities of this type and scale, and that the range and size of units provided will respond positively to market needs. Local Plan Part 2 expressly sought to deliver additional small and medium-sized buildings on allocation AL1. The appeal scheme will do exactly that, and will therefore also directly deliver against the allocation policy imperative of supporting the delivery of a flexible supply of employment land to help strengthen the economy of the district. Indeed, it is of note that in considering whether the DHL proposals were acceptable, the inspector took into account the current appeal proposals. The conclusion that the DHL proposal would appropriately support diversity and resilience in the local economy was based upon the variety of employment types which are proposed to be provided across the AL1 site allocation, and therefore directly dependent on delivery of the opportunities that will be realised by the appeal scheme. In addition to this, as set out, the scheme will deliver a package of sustainable transport benefits. The beneficial impacts of these improvements, providing connections to and through the site to other allocated employment areas, are not confined to the appeal scheme, and will also benefit other nearby allocated sites and businesses, and provide an integrated, sustainable approach consistent with the vision-led approach now contained in Chapter 9 of the framework. The proposals will also deliver highway safety improvements, in that the existing substandard access from the SRN to the Popular Garden Centre will be closed and relocated to a much improved new junction. These are all substantial positive benefits of the scheme. The scheme was submitted prior to the 12th of February 2024, and there is therefore no statutory requirement to deliver 10% BNG. Nevertheless, the development seeks to achieve a measurable net gain in biodiversity through a combination of on-site habitat retention, new on-site habitat provision and off-site mitigation as required. The BNG note submitted with the application predicts gains in the region of plus 13.24% gains in habitat units and plus 16.16% gains in hedgerow units. These are secured by condition 19 in the section 106 obligation and are further moderate benefits of the proposal. As set out, any planning harm associated with this development is therefore effectively confined to landscape and traffic impacts set out, is extremely limited and does not come close to bringing this proposal into conflict with the relevant policies of the development plan or national policy. All development has some impact, but where development is proposed on an allocated site as here, the inevitable impacts of the scheme have already been judged to be a necessary consequence of delivering the growth required through the plan making process. Any limited planning harm that arises here is no more than the inevitable consequence of the delivery of this important allocation and is plainly insufficient to justify the refusal of permission in the plan-led system. Turning to the overall planning balance, the council's planning officer, appointed consultants and members now agree that it would be unsustainable to maintain that planning permission should be refused. The statement of common ground planning recognises that the planning harms in this case, landscape, visual and traffic impacts, are reduced in this scheme as compared to the DHL scheme, which has already been found to be acceptable on appeal, and accordingly recognises that the acknowledged significant benefits of the scheme, particularly job creation, over 500 jobs, and the site's allocation, which can be attributed significant weight, could only even more greatly outweigh the limited harm caused compared to the DHL proposal. The council therefore agrees that, subject to appropriate conditions and section 106 obligations, the proposed development is acceptable in this case. That is a matter of considerable weight in favour of the grant of planning permission. For all those reasons, this is very clearly a scheme that complies with the development plan and a sustainable scheme for the development within the meaning of the framework. There are no material considerations that indicate that planning permission should be refused. So we will respectfully be requesting that permission is granted accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Reid. The council site, please share that. Thank you very much. If it's reference ID 2.
Yes, thank you, sir. So this then is the summary statement on behalf of the council in respect of this appeal. So the council's position at this inquiry is well known to you, sir, and to all participants. However, as a courtesy to the inquiry process, the council makes this short summary statement to set out the reasons behind its present stance. The council decided on the 22nd of April not to pursue the Alban Man Appeal 2 case at this inquiry in light of the clear and reasoned findings of the inspector in DHL appeal, which we called Appeal 1, which covered closely related policy and site issues. While each case must be decided on its own merits, the outcome and reasoning of the DHL decision materially impacted the council's grounds for refusal in the Alban Man appeal, such that continuing to contest the case was neither sustainable nor in the public interest. The DHL decision is a significant material consideration in respect to the council's position on Appeal 2, and it was required to review its case in the light of it. A review of the reasoning and conclusions by the DHL inspector resulted in the considered opinion of the council that opposition to Appeal 2 could no longer be sustained. First, in terms of employment type and policy alignment, the inspector in Appeal 1 found that the DHL proposal accorded with the development plan's objectives, including the allocation under policy AL1. This conclusion applies to Appeal 2. Both proposals under Appeals 1 and 2 reflect market demand and support economic diversity and resilience. Second, regarding highways impacts, the inspector considered that while cumulative impacts across coasters' allocated sites could be severe under certain scenarios, the DHL scheme's proposed mitigation not only neutralised its own impact, but improved the overall highway network performance. In relation to Alban Man, this means that with DHL mitigation in place, and the measures being provided by Appeal 2, including a robust travel plan which aspires to reach the requisite modal shift, the traffic impact would fall below this threshold of severity. On this basis, defending the appeal solely on cumulative traffic grounds would no longer be a credible position for the council to take. Third, concerning landscape and visual impact, the DHL scheme was found to cause some limited harm, particularly due to its greater height and proximity to the open countryside. However, the inspector ultimately determined that this harm was restricted and outweighed by the significant benefits of the scheme. The Albert Man site is more enclosed, features smaller scale buildings, and is surrounded by existing or consented development, for example, the DHL appeal. Consequently, the visual and landscape harm is materially less and insufficient to outweigh the acknowledged benefits of the proposal. Finally, in the overall planning balance, the inspector concluded that the DHL scheme delivered substantial economic and community benefits, including job creation and support for local infrastructure, and that these outweighed the limited identified harms. Given that the Albert Man proposal also aligns with the local plan, provides more than 500 jobs, and poses less visual and highway impact than the DHL scheme, officers and expert witnesses agreed that there was no credible basis to maintain the refusal through inquiry. In light of the inspector's comprehensive assessment in Appeal 1 and the alignment of the Albert Man proposal with those findings, it was determined that continuing to resist Appeal 2 would not be justified. Accordingly, so the decision was taken not to defend the appeal further, subject to the imposition of appropriate conditions and the execution of an agreed Section 106 obligation.
Thank you very much. Okay, I propose that given the time constraints for Mr. Bowler, that you would come to the witness stand and we'll hear from him first of all, and then I'd probably take a short adjournment before coming to the remainder of the interested parties. So yes, if Mr. Bowler comes to the witness table, please. And if you, I remember we said you had a script that was in the process of being.
We'll get that.
It'll be circulated.
Yeah, appreciate the consideration. Thank you, and the opportunity to speak. I've been the Greenston Norton Parish Council for 15 years, and I was chair of the Parish Council for 8 of those years. And it feels like most of that time has been dealt with dealing with planning applications that are impactful on that village. And over time, it's been reasonably stressful, I would say. I think we should say at the beginning, if the Bell Plantation application were the only one around here, the Parish Council would not have rejected it. It fits with our view of what the local plan had in mind. The problem, though, is that this is one of 3 roundabout, already very congested roundabout. It's surrounded then by 3 larger and more impactful developments planned, and a new relief road which gives access to the road network to 3,000 new houses. So there are very significant impacts on a small area. I have no doubt that we will be blighted by significant additional traffic in all sorts of ways, and that includes the background traffic, which is definitely getting worse. Mrs. Walker spent some time looking at the current impacts, and it's been really obvious recently that there are problems. I took 20 minutes to get here, the 2-mile journey this morning. So there are already severe impacts on the road network, and the village feels completely let down by the planning process, and I'll tell you why. So it's the cumulative impact that we're concerned about rather than this particular application. And when the applications came forward originally, there wasn't a cumulative view of what the traffic impact would be. It took us quite a long time to get National Highways to look at a cumulative view, and that was frustrating. But you need to know that they have done no work. Nobody's done any work on the impacts on the local road network. No work at all has been done on what happens to the traffic through Greensmore. as a result of these impacts. National highways look at the national highway network, they don't look at the local highway network at all. Local highways haven't done so either. Don't really understand why, but they say that's because the national network is national highways problem, it doesn't impact on that. Anyway, so no impact work has been done on our village roads. And we don't need to do that work because when we live in the village, you can see every day there's an impact on the A5 or the M1, that there is a significantly increase in traffic through the village. And that was obvious for the last 2 days when the A5 was fully shut. It's obvious today there are already enormous problems here. Why this happens is pretty clear when you look at a map. When you look at a map, the rat run, particularly southbound, through the village, the hamlet of Dunkirk Manor Village, it's an obvious straight route across the triangle of the traditional network. And even when there's no traffic impact, that journey is 1 minute shorter than going on the national network. So you have very little in the way of congestion needs to happen before your Google and Apple Maps will start telling you to go Wilson and Reed through and Dunkirk. And you need to note also that our view of the mitigation, the new DHL roundabout, we think that what that will do is bring the congestion further north, which means it's more likely that traffic will be diverted through the village, because that will start the congestion further north up the A5. So whilst that roundabout may or may not help the national network, it certainly, in our view, does not help the local network. And remember that the Dunkirk right turn, you may not know, Mr. Spence, but the Dunkirk turn is a single lane road effectively, which now is falling away at sides because 2 rows of traffic in either direction seems to be impacting it. There's a care home. It's a very quiet hamlet, and the numbers of cars going through there, so we have a speed recording camera on that road, and more than 30% of the traffic currently exceeds the speed limit going through there, and the numbers are significant for a hamlet that has 50 houses in. There are hundreds of cars going through that village every day, and that's not to do with the traffic to the residents there. So, on behalf of the parish council, we want to ask for our own mitigations. Presumably, this could be done by some sort of condition on our own, but it's in the power. But if we can arrange for a prohibition of a right turn going southbound down the A5, so this is the national network, so they don't talk to us, local highways say talk to national network, they don't talk to us. So a prohibition of turning right off the A5, so this is before you get to the HL, before you get to what will be the new start of Tosa. If you can't turn right southbound through Dunkirk, that means they have to stay on the national highway. And this has been done on the 508 when they did the new motorway junction at 15A. They stopped at the right turn off the 508 at Elizabeth. So instead of being able to turning right, you have to now stay on the national network. So we've got that example already, and that has helped Elizabeth no end. And this would essentially keep the traffic on the national network. And if they don't do that, then it would just divert to the village. There's an interesting nuance to that, which is northbound doesn't seem to be the same. So the northbound, in theory, could be the same. That might be that northbound has less traffic impact because it all queues up in the short carriageway before you get to the tow roundabout. So there's a lot of traffic in the queue there before it's a problem. But it's certainly potentially a problem. Traffic diverting through Greensmore going northbound. And that's particularly difficult because the first thing they come to is a narrow bridge on Mill Lane, Greensmore. Old railway bridge, not really wide enough for 2 vehicles, just about wide enough for 2 cars, but you can't see anything coming the other way. We've asked local highways, can we have traffic lights on that bridge? They said, no power supply. That's not true, there's a house just there, there's a power supply. Also said it would be too expensive, and that's a judgment that we don't agree with, but obviously if it's sound money, we might agree with it. We don't know how much too expensive sounds like. There are mitigations that are possible northbound, but certainly that our starting point would be, can we have some mitigation for the local network? Because nobody's done any work to work out how bad that will be, and it's obvious to people who live in the village that it will be pretty significant, because it's already really bad whenever there's a hold up on the A5, a hold up on the M1. Both of those things cause problems in this area. And it's like, it's interesting to see all the traffic modelling. That's average, isn't it? When there's a problem, it starts to be a problem, a very big problem, very quickly. A5 shut for 2 days this week. M1 on average, when we did the first lots of work, I haven't done it since. On average, the M1 had a congestion problem once a week, and that causes a problem in Stoke once a week. We're pretty fed up with this. It's getting worse. We have a school, we have nurseries in our village. It will cause significant danger in our village, have more traffic, and it's fairly clear to me that we're going to see more traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of points there that you've raised that I will be picking up with the highways, but it's that's the local networking events involving the A5 and the M1 to some extent. So thanks for bringing them. Ms. Reid, do you have any questions for Mr. Bowden?
No, sir. I think probably the most appropriate thing is that the matters are picked up with our witness in the roundtable sessions, which I've noticed you're going to do in any case.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. I do propose that we do take a quick 15-minute adjournment. I'm back at 11:35 to hear from the remaining interested parties. Is that agreeable to parties? Yeah. Okay. We adjourn to 11:35. Thank you. I'll stop off. You can leave that one.
You don't need that. Okay. Right, I'll do it. Yeah. Sorry.
Mine, we do need
We do all right up here, but I was just putting it to go out to, oh, it is still raised, but I guess it's raining. Yes. No, that's just, I can see it quite clearly. Well, we do need it. No, we do.
I know we need it, but
It'll be stopped. It's possible.
might be the rest of the
It'll be. Yeah.
No.
So I think.
It'd be nice if they brought in some coffee.
Yeah, you don't get it, I'm afraid.
Lots of water.
Glass of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where we are.
It's big. That's where we've got.
The problem is that they can do all the modelling, But it's just not really taking account of lived experience of people who don't get to reasonable.
I mean, what he said was absolutely.
And just today, I mean, I'll leave at 9:30. I should be there by 9:45. Well, yeah, you anticipated.
Yeah.
You anticipated. I again, I misjudged it because I thought it's after 9:30. Should be okay.
Should be okay.
But it was nose to tail all the way from traffic lights up to Brownbow.
Yeah, it wasn't when I came.
And
It
so
moved fairly quickly.
when I first moved here, I could pretty much judge getting to Milton Keynes railway station in 30
Oh,
minutes.
absolutely.
Parked.
Yes,
Parked.
yes. And at the station.
And at the station, yeah. In
Can't
30
put it
minutes.
down.
I'm not, I mean, Janet asked, how long should I give? I said, well, I'd give yourself an hour and a half.
Yeah.
If you want to be sure of getting a certain train. She said, what?
Well, we are part of a London Explorers group with U3A. We go have a trip to London once a month. And to get a 9:30 train, 9:37, something like that, we leave at 8.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can sail through, and sometimes you start queuing up there.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? That's ridiculous. Having to leave at 8 o'clock to get to the 9:30 train is ridiculous.
And we started using Milton Keynes because Northampton is so expensive. Because, thanks, Daniel. If you got the staple, yeah, thanks.
What's the original statement? What do you like to keep that? It's easier if it's completely irrelevant.
Yes. Thank you very much.
My understanding.
However, hearing the conversation.
Start from where, or start at the end of the line, how do we do it?
It's just cover it. It's better than the whole department. It's hardly that. Well, I think the large fee is still. Still a complete sale. No, I think we're not saying anything out of anti-school, but I imagine students go on.
Yeah. Well, it's not them and already and.
I think that kind of last guy spoke at the agents.
So it's all right.
I think so.
It sounds like it.
That's how much. Oh, yeah. Right there.
And that all was get sort of turned around.
And then we see.
Morning, yes. Traffic's backed up from the bank out to First Bridge.
Yes. So on the A5. That appears to go, doesn't it? Yeah, right now. Starts with. Yes.
What's up with the DHR first?
This. So many people think it's just more units than the garden shops.
Whereas today is just about being get
People are going to have quite a shock when they start getting
Emission stations going up on the corner.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
they're not high.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm not working or why it's going to be lies and a 90-year-old's going for coffee.
Oh,
Oh,
this
yeah.
thing.
Yes,
yes.
from the same entrance.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of my sister goes.
I was there myself on Sunday afternoon. And it's, yeah.
That's fine, you can drive, but there's going to be older people that are going to drive and they
Are
will.
you talking about Bellstown?
Yes.
I thought you were talking about this new development because that's got a fast food element.
Ah,
This new
well, no, what I'm meaning
building.
is,
Sorry,
when
yes.
there's only the one entrance,
Yes.
they'll be coming in and they'll have to turn across Lawrence.
No, it's a ghost island.
It's
Yeah.
just ghost island.
You just got to go out and you're going, oh, I'm going to be able to turn right.
It's not exactly a massive step forward from what's there at the moment. I think.
Well, it's lorries.
Yeah.
It's going to be the difference.
That's what I'm saying.
What I can't understand is why they would want to send up an access through an industry.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's.
That just doesn't seem to make sense.
No.
You've got
Oh, the access is yes, no, it's a bit about saying. Louise actually is about. Garden centre forever. I thought about it and I thought about it and I thought about it. But something similar.
Yeah,
But
yes.
could not put it in.
Yeah, that's.
Because I think it just.
So now it is shown.
Denied.
Five names, it's done, and.
We have no.
It's a lot.
Driving in one way.
What we think that the whole area was from three.
What we wrote, the initial, missive, including this statement.
Yeah.
To me, it's, well, it's obvious. I would say she will to get better.
Do we think that we can
Yes.
Well, that's what the rules think.
Which is absolutely right, but it just get knocked back to.
Yes, yes. It's a shame they didn't make it more like this stuff.
And then.
Oh,
Not that I like this stuff, no. But at least you wouldn't have.
You understand?
oh, you mean the extension of the new development, it's the village type thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
When did you?
Years ago,
And
I've been once, I think I hated it.
you
I
go,
think I've been twice and said, you know, kill me. This one's. Well, if it's a railway station, I don't know, people say it's quicker to drive to Leicester from here to catch the train. It's a direct route than getting stuck in the traffic. and holding the
Oh,
poles.
really?
Yes,
Like it, that's a bit of a track. Well, we were just talking to Roger about we go down to London once a month on the London
Yes.
Explorers thing. We have to allow an hour and a half. We leave at 8 to
yes.
catch 9:30 train. Otherwise,
You,
Well,
you get the next one. Of course, you're late in meeting up with.
find that. I'm not. It's
Yes.
it's not right.
Oh, you can be, yes,
So-
yeah.
Every time I'm forced to get up there.
yes.
Tuesday, Tuesday, or Friday. I don't really- It's not such.
Otherwise, you waste lots of time.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could please, yeah, Mr. Banner's script that would be useful to circulate. Thank you. And give it the reference ID to. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to everyone. I call Mr. John Russell, who represents Dave Coaster now, please, to this 10. And if you've got copies of your presentation, that'd be useful to circulate if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much. ID for share. Yeah. Your own time, Mr.
Okay, thank you. I speak on behalf of Save Toaster Now. We're a campaign group representing over 1,500 local members and nearly 5,000 petition signatories, who together with 18 local parish councils object to the industrialisation of this historic rural town and have serious current concerns regarding traffic congestion. We maintain that this application, together with the other proposed AL developments, will only make matters worse. We objected to this application at the Strategic Planning Committee last November, when it was rejected 9 votes to 3. We also objected to the proposal by DHL last September for the northern section, the AL1 site, which was rejected by 11 votes to 1. In March this year, your colleague, Malcolm Rivett, overruled our elected representatives who upheld the DHL appeal, citing an amendment, amongst other things, in November 2024 to the national framework in favour of warehousing and logistics, and being influential to his decision and trumping other significant failings of the framework and regulatory compliance, notably compliance with paragraph 116. You can appreciate what a bitter disappointment that decision was, particularly given its brevity, to everyone who lives here. And although he brought forward or supported 49 conditions, in our view, he failed to act decisively as far as development mix and highways impacts were concerned. And we therefore ask you to address these issues directly in your own decision report. We would request that throughout this inquiry, you have at the forefront of your consideration point 2 of the AL1 policy, as set out in the local plan part 2, CD 4.2, namely that an integrated, coordinated and comprehensive planning approach will be taken for this site. We request that in addition, you do not consider this application in isolation, but as part of the total AL1 site, which includes DHL to the north, as well as the wider context of AL2 wool growers, AL3 IM properties, and AL4 Shacks Farm. The Part 2 local plan intended development suited to small and medium enterprises, as is the case at the significant development opposite Silverstone Racetrack. The DHL inquiry determined that neither the local plan nor the supplementary planning documents were sufficiently robust on this point, allowing speculative P8 development to impose itself on our rural town. DHL applied for and has now been consented a 96.5 proportion of B8 warehousing in its own area of the site, on the premise that the developers of the Bell Plantation would provide a quota B1, now class EG3, and B2 in order to make the whole site policy compliant regarding employment land use. But the Bell Plantation site includes a proposed 50% of B8, So the permitted B8 percentage across the whole of AL1 will be 78.4%. Please also be aware that AL3, which adjoins AL1, is also predominantly B8, and this will therefore give a 93.58 B8 concentration across 77.7 hectares of former agricultural land on the edge of this rural town. Swathes of B8 already exist on the M1 corridor at junction 15, 15A, including Swan Valley, and junction 16. We ask you therefore to consider if yet more B8 warehousing is appropriate for this location. At the DHL appeal, we argued that the employment provision from such excessive B8 would not fit the skill set of Toaster locally, nor match workforce availability, and was at odds with the joint consultative document, the intent of the local plan and the SPD. According to WMC's own figures of 3.2%, just under 500 people are unemployed within the Toaster and Road areas. And yet AL3 is supposedly offering 1,500 jobs, DHL 1,200, and as we've heard earlier, this site circa 600, 500. How will these vacancies be filled other than through in-commuting, which directly contravenes the JCS and Part 2 local plan, which aim to reduce out-commuting and which would have a significant detrimental effect on the local and national road networks. We therefore request that this section of AL1 is exclusively B1 with the new status and B2 in order to provide a proportionate mix and a range of small and medium scale employment uses that are more suitable and appropriate to the local workforce, as per the joint consultative document and the Part 2 local plan, and can be sustainably accessed by local residents through walking and cycling. This drive for B8 storage and distribution has made us wonder at the long-term plan for the garden centre. This is a popular and well-used community benefit, which would be severely missed if there was a proposal at some stage in the future to change its planning class. Sir, you will understand the importance and relevance of setting the appropriate parameters now. We maintain that this rigour was not applied to AL3, and as a result, IM Properties recently submitted reserved matters applications for B8 buildings, which push the permitted dimensions of to the absolute maximum, much higher than anything previously built or miles around, and regardless of suitability. We understand, and this is hearsay, that at least 8 years after first proposing development on this site, and despite the claims that land agents continually make about shortage of suitable B8 warehousing, IM Properties still does not have tenants lined up for its huge development. Moreover, it is not clear whether the DHL development on the northern portion of AL1 will create additional capacity or simply move capacity from one site to another, with greater size and higher specification in the promoter's interpretation of the Golden Triangle, leaving B8 units elsewhere redundant. Please also bear in mind that DHL rejected the opportunity to take up still vacant space at junction 15 because it decided to be its own landlord. Turning to the Plantation application at AL1, we would also draw your attention to the lack of planning scrutiny applied to this application compared to that placed on DHL and IM Properties, namely a visual impact assessment with the potential sensitive receptors and a noise assessment. There is also the question of why this application is not to be the subject of a BREEAM excellent rating as per DHL and IM Properties, rather than the lower BREEAM very good rating. Indeed, given national focus on net zero, it is perplexing that large-scale developments such as those at AL1 are not required to display greater dedication to creating an environmentally conscious future through BREEAM outstanding, reflecting a very high level of environmental sustainability, pushing the limits of environmentally friendly building and design. Developments such as this should create net zero or even carbon positive buildings, those that generate more energy than they use. making use of advanced materials and energy from renewable sources. So we request that you consider making Priam outstanding a condition for this consent, for any consent. On the subject of conditions, it's also necessary to bring to your attention the apparent disparity between a number of the DHL planning conditions and the proposed conditions for this development. We have prepared a schedule of these, which we should like to issue to you for your review, but I will refer to them briefly now. No condition for any cumulative mitigation, which I think has already been spoken about. No condition for a construction energy management plan diversity as required by DHL condition. No climate change design parameters for surface water drainage scheme as required by the DHL condition. A construction method statement only is required for each phase, not a CEMP as required by DHL condition. And it's also in contradiction of the NH formal National Highways formal recommendation under CD 10.10, which includes condition 4 for a CEMP for construction works. Approval of surface water drainage system to be in conjunction with National Highways. Again, refer to the NH formal recommendation C 10.10, which includes condition 3, not replicated in the proposed planning conditions. No condition for possible use of refrigerated trailers as required by DHL condition. No condition for use of vehicle reversing beepers as required by DHL condition. No condition relating to impact on bats and grey crested newts under relevant regulations as required by DHL conditions. These final points may be fairly minor, but it is important, and we believe that it is only equitable that the conditions relating to Bell Plantation should mirror those for DHL where they clearly apply. In respect of highways, traffic and accessibility matters, the inevitable result of congestion, dual site access and sustainability issues, these will be dealt with by my colleague shortly. The overriding issue is that these developments have been allowed to be considered in isolation and not with a coordinated approach, which will store up huge problems in the near future in the following ways. The first, a preponderance of V8 warehousing at the expense of small to medium-sized development. Lack of workforce in the surrounding area for the type of workforce required by the above. An increase in commuting as a result of the above. Highways, traffic and accessibility issues, which will be highlighted by my colleague, and the inevitable resulting severe traffic congestion. Multiple site access issues for traffic exiting onto the A5 strategic road network with a combination of a new roundabout for DHL and a ghost island for Bell Plantation. Finally, we ask on behalf of all those people we represent that your decision finally sets out conditions on this applicant, which will also be applicable to both AL2 and AL4, with binding requests on National Highways to finally take responsibility and immediately address and resolve these inevitable problems to the SRN and so roundabout. The people of Towcester and users of the SRN deserve that level of commitment from all parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, there's been a number of points raised that we'll come on to discuss with relevant witnesses later in the session. And talking specifically about the mix of units or mix of use classes and condition ones, we've got a dedicated conditions schedule session later. Is there anything you want to ask at this point?
No questions. So, and just noting the points about the variety of uses and so on. And I know we'll turn back to this in the roundtable sessions, but just for your reference, that's a point that I discussed at paragraph 90 on page 23 of the submissions that I just delivered, which makes reference to the relevant part of the DHL decision, which is paragraph 3. Now, I know we're going to discuss that in substantive terms in a moment, but it's just so that you have that reference to the relevant points in the notes. But no questions, thank you. Paragraph 90 on page 23, and it's referring to paragraph 3 and paragraph 13 of the DHL decision notes, which you refer to in footnotes. That's fine. Thank you.
I call Ray, please. Again, representing say certain now. Very much. Reference to ID 5 for Gray's Street.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Save Toaster now, and apologies that I'm a bit croaky. We believe that West Northampton Council was right to refuse the Bell Plantation application based on unmitigated traffic impact and should have defended this position at appeal. Today, I'll set out why we believe that you should refuse this appeal on traffic and sustainability related grounds, and I propose to cover 4 areas: traffic impact, material adverse change, infrastructure provision and National Highways mission, and provision for non-motorised users. As my colleague stated, we were bitterly disappointed by the DHL appeal decision, but the inspectorate has spoken, and elements of Mr. Rivett's opinion are unequivocal and highly relevant to this application. At paragraph 15, Mr. Rivett reflects numerous disagreements concerning the reliability of the model traffic volumes on the strategic road network for the 2025 assumed open year of the DHL appeal scheme, and uses 2031 future year as an opening year proxy. At core document 10.10, National Highways anchors its rationale in opening year data discredited by Mr. Rivet. Mr. Rivet acknowledges at paragraph 20 that there will be a severe residual cumulative impact on the road network by 2031 if all the other currently unconsented AL 1 to 4 employment allocation schemes were to proceed without any further highways mitigation. The DHL appeal decision sets a new reality that traffic is an issue by 2031, but not for DHL. Mr. Rivet is quite clear. In the absence of the strategic mitigation that the highways authorities agree is necessary, he expects each development to mitigate its traffic impact at 2031 future year, i.e. that each application washes its own face. He crucially acknowledged that when later allocations come forward, e.g. this one, their traffic impact would contribute to the build-up to severe and therefore would conflict with the NPPF at paragraph 116. We know from CD 10.10 that National Highways acknowledges that the 2031 cumulative assessments, including the impacts of Bell Plantation and other AL allocated sites in the area, indicate that both A5 and A43 are expected to experience significant capacity issues in the future. There is recognition in paragraph 22 that it is poor planning to develop in a way that makes traffic severely worse. Paragraph 24 states, for whatever reason, in this case, there is currently no identified cumulative mitigation scheme for the A5, A43 in this location, nor is there any indication that one is likely to be forthcoming in the near future. We know that DHL has proposed mitigation that National Highways has previously concluded introduces additional risk by addition of a third circulatory lane at Tow Roundabout, and therefore may prove unworkable. There are no further ideas as to how the future safety and smooth vehicular flow will be assured. So this leaves all applicants now coming forward, and road users, with a potential inherited problem. We know that the IM Properties application proposed no mitigation. The statement of common ground states at paragraph 2.3.1 that the appellant and council are in agreement that policy AL3 was granted planning permission by the council without any requirement for mitigation at Tow Roundabout. Indeed, the Stantec document at core document 10.21 confirms the applicant's view that this position was severely flawed. We know that this applicant proposes no mitigation. We know that even based on outdated modelling, all AL 1 to 4 applicants, their advisors, and both highway authorities anticipate an issue by 2031, but have no plan to resolve it. And we know that multi-million-pound projects proceeded in 2015 and 2017 to improve both Tove and Appellant roundabouts, both of which had experienced increasing traffic levels and congestion. Clearly, projects like this create massive delay and inconvenience to road users and challenge the National Highways mission, but can be justified if the outcome justifies the means. However, a small number of years later, we again have roundabouts at or near capacity, long queues reaching from one to the other at peak times and other times, and now development proposals that have been allowed to proceed despite the knowledge that an even greater problem is brewing, for which there is no solution and no plan to have a solution. Both roundabouts have supposedly been engineered to their max already. There are significant space constraints at Tove that limit options, and the option presented by DHL is believed by National Highways to increase risk to road users. So, even if DHL's mitigation proposal can be believed or proceeds, traffic from allocations other than DHL, which present no mitigation, will build to a severe impact when viewed cumulatively. The applicant's response, perhaps to Mr. Rivett's report, is seemingly to rerun its traffic modelling for the purposes of this appeal. We believe that this rerun has not been subject to consultation or audit. The key change from the applicant's previous approach is inclusion of modal shift targets, including its own heroic assumptions. The report conclusion chooses to apply a network interpretation of results. The result is that the applicant now believes that there will be no severe cumulative impact by 2031 on a network basis. At paragraph 20 of his opinion, Mr. Rivett does not base his judgment on an assessment of the impact across the network, as the applicant now seeks to do. As a Rule 6 party to the DHL inquiry, Safe Total now put forward a massive evidence that illustrated flaws in traffic modelling. This is all on the public record, but relates, for instance, to suppressed COVID-impacted base data, an opening year that's in the past, and a failure to apply a consistent modelling approach across the allocations as was initially demanded by the highways authorities. The applicant does not seek to address these points in its model rerun. Mr. Williams's highways proof of evidence dated 6th May 25 demonstrates severe impact by 2031 at bullet 2 of page 38, citing a 10% increase at Tove. And he considers this to be fine because, quote, whilst there will be an impact on the highway network in the 2031 assessment, the identified impact relates to 1 to 2 arms approaching one junction within 2 hours of the working day. We do not consider this to be fine because the lived reality is already appalling at this major intersection of 2 strategic roads. Tove roundabout, and that lies on the strategic link road between the M40 and the M1, as well as providing a gateway to a major north-south route. I point out that this is a junction that's already at capacity at peak hour, such that it backs up to and beyond the previous roundabout, Appellant, on the network. And by National Highways' own description of its role, that's the safe and free flow of people and goods, this is also not fine, because delay creates economic disbenefit. Mr. Williams largely discounts paragraph 116, as counsel for DHL tried to do, pushing attention instead onto the DFT Circular 01/2022. So, the applicant's modelling results presented to this appeal have been amended to reflect full aspirational positive impacts from modal shift in 2031. However, no amendment has been made for more realistic open year or for base data that is not COVID impacted, both of which would inflate negative impacts, and the relief road impacts lie outside of the geographic scope. It does appear that in order to avoid the risk of appeal failure implied by Mr. Rivett's statements, the applicant has been highly selective in pulling only those modelling levers that improve the outcome to arrive at a new outcome. This is only arguably favourable. It's for you, sir, to conclude on whether you buy the applicant's presentation of open year impacts, materiality of stated impacts, or the fact that modal shift targets will be fully realised by 2031 and the approach put forward in the proof of evidence. The applicant tries very hard to extend the definition of paragraph 116 of NPPF to include sustainability measures, including modal shift from all ALs in order to develop a case. If this is accepted, then the imperative for very robust safety measures on sustainable routes along the A5 north and south of Tove, across the A43 east and west of Tove, is heightened, and I'm not sure that the applicant addresses this adequately. So we can't be blind to the DHL appeal decision. later allocations cause a problem. Using Mr. Rivett's logic, we request that you reject this appeal on the basis that it will worsen the traffic situation. If you are minded to allow this appeal on the basis of development with no mitigation, then AL2 and AL4 will surely follow on, adding to the certainty of the stated severe cumulative impact. I'll now address our belief that there has been a material adverse change. What has emerged to the north of Toasty is not strategic planning, but an incoherent, salami-sliced approach to developer appeasement. A local authority backed into a corner on infrastructure impacts over which it has no say, and a national highway authority that has failed to confront known and material infrastructure issues before removing objections. The overriding issue is that these developments have been allowed to be considered in isolation and not in a coordinated and integrated way as required by the ALC policies within the local plan. This failure has created serious problems for the near future on the strategic road network. When set against the original intent of the West Northants strategic plan, which was intended to speak to the direct needs of the South Northants local economy, in developing further SME provision linked to the embedded motor industry, presumably operating standard hours, the impact of a preponderance of huge B8 warehouses and HGVs rumbling along the A5 and A40 through each site, day and night, sits a long way from the original intent. Indeed, the local plan has had B8 driven through it like a 44-ton Arctic. We argue that the nature of the B8 intensive developments that have come through, including provision for 50% B8 on this hitherto SME-focused Bell Plantation site, serve a national rather than a local imperative. Given their now accepted severe cumulative impact on the strategic road network, for which there is a stated need for strategic mitigation, but no plan in place, we argue that a material adverse change has emerged since the plan was set and reviewed by the Inspectorate that should be reviewed across the WNC allocations by the Secretary of State as having an impact on national infrastructure in order to protect the government mission to manage and improve the strategic road network to make journeys safer, smoother and more reliable. National Highways has no answer to a question that is squarely in its domain. Mr. Rivett rightly highlights the fact that developer funding for a cumulative scheme is now shot. It's time for a more strategic review across the piece to protect motorised users, whether local or through traffic, and local non-motorised users. Sir, we request that you exercise your powers to refuse this application and escalate the matter to the Secretary of State as an unresolved national infrastructure issue. I'll turn now to infrastructure provision. At paragraph 18 of the DHL appeal decision, Mr. Rivett states the scheme accords with policy INF 1 of the core strategy, which states that where development generates a need for new infrastructure, developers will need to demonstrate that provision will be made to meet the necessary requirements arising from that development within an appropriate timescale. Whilst we can see that both DHL and Iron Properties have demonstrated how they will extinguish their duty through access roundabouts to their developments, we fail to see how they have properly contributed to the acknowledged need for a future strategic mitigation scheme at Toad Roundabout. As such, we cannot understand how INF 1 is being complied with in its fullest sense. This applies equally to this applicant. Furthermore, we would argue that neither this applicant nor the others represented by allocations AL 1 to 4 comply with policy INF 2. I quote, new developments will only be permitted if the necessary on and off-site infrastructure that is required to support it and mitigate its impact is either already in place or there is a reliable mechanism in place to ensure that it will be delivered. Provision made through planning obligations makes equal contributions where the combined impact of a number of developments creates the need for infrastructure and where a direct relationship between the development and the infrastructure has been demonstrated. We know that the opportunity for pooled contributions has not been developed to date. We also wish to highlight point 5 of the policy AL1 access and transport, whilst reflecting back to point 2 of the AL1 policy as set out in the local plan called document 4.2, the requirement that an integrated, coordinated and comprehensive planning approach will be taken for this site. We are not aware of an RSA, road safety audit, that assesses safety on a cumulative basis on the stretch of the A5 to the north of Tove roundabout. There must be some doubt that the A5 can safely accommodate all 5 actual and potential access points, or indeed cumulative traffic from both sites. By this, I mean, firstly, the DHL by its dedicated roundabout. Secondly, Bell Plantation by its dedicated Ghost Island access. Thirdly, the Berry Cranes business that lies between 1 and 2. Fourthly, the emerging Jacks Hill commercial brownfield site that lies next to Berry Cranes and between 1 and 2. And fifthly, potentially the emergency services hub proposed for AL2. When this site was originally considered by planners in 2016-17, it was a joint venture between the 2 landowners with only 1 access point off the A5, a single roundabout that could have provided shared access for the occupants of both sections of AL1 and possibly others. All accesses are in close proximity to each other. We're concerned about the number of junctions within a short length of the A5 and consequent potential safety risks and traffic congestion on the A5, which we do not believe has been given full and thorough consideration by the highways authorities on a cumulative basis. Therefore, if this application is to proceed, we ask you to condition that National Highways no longer considers these 2 applications in isolation, but as a single site. It is, after all, called AL1 in totality, and for it to be accessible from a single roundabout, subject to a new safety audit, which should also provide safer access to the western businesses of Berry Cranes and the new Jacks Hill. Finally, provision for non-motorised users. In his appeal decision on DHL, Mr. Rivet concludes at paragraph 27, quote, I accept that the shared path to from the development along the A5 would have limitations, in particular a narrow stretch, and that crossing of the A43 on foot or cycle, although to be improved as part of the scheme, is never likely to be a particularly attractive part of the journey to from the site. However, these are virtually inevitable implications of the allocated site's location and overall the pedestrian cycle route between the site and indeed the existing commercial development at Bell Plantation and the town to the south of the A4 would be significantly improved. It's for you, sir, to decide whether provision that fails national safety tests and has not been subjected to a WCHAR risk assessment is acceptable simply on the basis of improvement on what came before. Please consider that the applicant states that 35,000 users per month currently visit the garden centre alone. Almost none would currently feel safe walking or cycling. By the same measure, the provision by the applicant to widen the A5 pathway south of Tove to the water meadows and to provide an internal pathway through its own site is unquestionably safer, but is not more convenient as it is a circuitous route from any residential housing, and therefore presents a real risk that users from the shires will still cross over the A43 at a direct point. Human behavioural evidence suggests this. The A5 proposal both north and south of Tove also does not comply with regulatory width and safety standards. We respectfully request the following informing your decision on this appeal. 1. Your consideration of the application of paragraph 116 of NPPF to this application. 2. A requirement that no development can proceed until National Highways has conducted a full-scope road safety audit and WCHAR relating to mitigation proposals for a third lane at Tove roundabout, the multitude of access points, and the proposed enhanced multi-use pathway along the A5 that will serve both DHL and Bell Plantation. 3. A requirement for a WCHAR relating to the proposal to link the pedestrian crossing over the A43 east of Tove with the DHL site via the Bell Plantation site. This should theoretically produce a far safer routing for visitors to the new development units, plus the football pitches, plus the stated 35,000 visitors per month. But the line of this route, the specification in terms of width, lighting, and 24/7 access, and the timing of its completion are all points that require greater transparency. Fourthly, National Highways say they welcome the opportunity to work with WNC on a wider strategic mitigation scheme for Tove, but this is an ineffectual position. And we ask that you condition prioritization of this work now and before any other AL application is approved. We therefore request condition 6 from the DHL decision is also applied to this application for mitigation to avoid severe impacts on the SRN and Tove roundabout from the combined AL1 site, as well as from the other AL sites. 5, a single roundabout access point to serve the whole AL1 allocation, plus various cranes, Jack's Hill, and arguably also AL2 for emergency services, alternate use. 6, all these developments impact the wider safety of non-motorised users, and we therefore ask you to request that all the AL developers contribute proportionally to the only safe multi-use option, a bridge over the A43 to link SB32 bridleway from AL3 to the Shire's housing estate and beyond to the SU in the south and the villages in the north. This bridge would provide safe access to both AL1 and AL3 for pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders at the most suitable and relevant location. Remember that football pitches are proposed on the site for Toaster Town Football Club within the AL1 policy, and as this is predominantly a junior club, safety is paramount. Only a bridge would provide that. And I've added a 7 based on Mr. Bowman's request for a prohibition of a right turn into Dunkirk. We fully appreciate and support this rationale, but this would need to result in a refreshed cumulative model to assess A5 and Tove impact. In our view, given the proven cumulative impact on the strategically important A43 and A5 roads and their intersection at Tove roundabout, we believe that the combined AL1, AL2, AL3 and AL4 sites should have been assessed and consulted and decided on in a combined on a combined strategic basis, such is their size and impact. Regrettably, they have not been. The realisation of severe traffic impact very late in the process of assessing these applications is regrettable, but should not be ignored. Hence, we request that you consider such emerging evidence as a material adverse change that requires further assessment and proper framing of solutions at the national level under the Planning Act 2008, Part 3, entitled Nationally Significant Infrastructure Projects, Section 14, Subsection 1H, Highway-related developments. The development proposals that have come forward have largely done so as a consequence of the connectivity that this strategic location affords for the A1, A5, M1 and M40 by the A43. As outlined, we continue to have serious concerns regarding traffic congestion, access points and safe provision for pedestrians and cyclists. We're unhappy with compromises being accepted. We maintain that this application and the other proposed AL developments will exacerbate traffic congestion and will also exacerbate traffic and non-motorised user safety concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure a number of the points that you raise are picked up when we come to the round table sessions a little later. Ms. Reid, do you have any comments?
Well, so I mean, to be frank, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult for the appellant to follow that information in the time available. I do appreciate that third parties are often unfamiliar with inquiry procedures, but say Toaster now appeared at the DHL inquiry in their capacity as a Rule 6 party, so they are aware of them. And we've just been handed a very, very lengthy document containing a number of matters that were not raised in the original objection by, say, Toaster now. And we have got one copy to share between the entire team for the appellant, and it's frankly not possible for us even to follow part of what has been said in the time available. Now, I'm going to act on the assumption that we will be in a position to deal with these through our witness. I'm effectively being deprived, given the way that this has been produced, of the opportunity to question, because it's just not possible for me to ask reasonable questions at this point. But as an absolute minimum, we are going to require some proper time to consider this so that we can deal with it effectively. And I have to say, it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable for this to be produced in this detail and in this form at this late stage. The second point that I would make, I'm afraid, and it is a point as opposed to questions, it is a point as to the correct legal basis, sir, for the determination of this application. Again, I can do this, and I think it probably is better for me to do this in the round table session potentially. But just to be absolutely clear, I referred you, sir, to the case of Hawkhurst in my submissions. So if you were to adopt a test whereby you were looking for nil detriment, which is the point that's effectively just been put to you by State Toaster now, that would be an error of law in the interpretation of Framework 116. What is required by that paragraph is an assessment as to whether the residual cumulative impacts of the proposed development, not some wider residual cumulative, I don't even understand necessarily the basis upon which this cumulative assessment. The question is whether the residual cumulative impacts of the proposed development following mitigation would be severe. That is really important. And again, we'll address that point in substantive terms when we come to the roundtable session, but I flag it now, and if necessary, I can take you through the Hawkhurst decision in more detail when we get to that stage. But so just returning to my initial point, I'm afraid this is unacceptable for this to be handed up in this form at this late stage. I know you're going to accept it, so I'm not going to object to it going in, but we are going to require further time. I'm afraid it's really not a reasonable approach for State Toaster now to be taken when they know full well the inquiry procedure rules, having been heavily involved in the DHL decision as a Rule 6 party.
I would comment in response to that. It is a detailed, quite technical submission. It obviously builds greatly upon the written submission that was put in during the appeal. Have you got any explanation for that and as to why you've taken that approach? And do you acknowledge the potential difficulties that could cause into the appellant's team in terms of the introduction at this stage?
I think what we're trying to do, sir, is a non-Rule 6 party here. So we just, in general submissions, is to highlight issues that we'd like you to consider in your assessment. Also building on further submissions during the appeal process, so for instance, remodelling. We're not experts, we're not professionals, we don't do this as our day job. Okay, so what we've done here is our best endeavour in order to give you information that we think is pertinent and relevant to your decision making. Thank you.
And so just to be clear on the point, of course, we'll absolutely no objection to that. But none of these points are foreshadowed in the objection that was placed before the inquiry. And had this been a position where a local interest group turned up with no inquiry experience for the first time, being fully unaware of how inquiries operate, or might have slightly more sympathy with the point was just put. But I'm afraid State Toaster now appeared at the DHL decision as a Rule 6 party with an advocate, produced detailed evidence, they know how inquiries work, and this is not reasonable. As I say, I'm sorry, I don't want to waste more inquiry time with it, but I don't know how long it's going to take us to deal with this. We'll look at it over the lunch break as a starting point. If we need more time, we'll come back to you. But we might do, I'm afraid, because I just don't know until we've read it properly. And we have not even begun to be in a position to even digest any of the points that are set out there. Mr. Williams, who's our highways consultant, hasn't even got a copy of this in front of him.
Is that something that you can prioritise in terms of the additional copies made by some from the officers?
As well as possible, sir.
So if you could expedite that, so it's not to be done. And of course, mindful that we have got time to play, in the sense we've got a second day if need be, and I'm of course open to the request for journals. We could even take a longer lunch break, or perhaps an hour and a half. Might be helpful.
Yes, I think an hour and a half would be helpful just to give us that extra time. I don't want to hold things up if we don't need to, but until we've sat down and read it properly and been through it, I just don't know.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gray. I call Stephen Walker, please, resident.
So can I just, before Ms Walker comes up, I know before, I think there was a discussion about whether or not there was going to be a detailed script or not in respect of this one, and because one wasn't available, I think the agreement was she was just going to hand up some visual documentation. Now, at the point that I agreed to that, I was quite content with that as a proposed course of action, because I was thinking, well, it would probably be a relatively short statement and therefore we could take a note. I'm still going to be content with that if it is a relatively short statement, and we're going to be capable of taking notes. But in light of the one that's just been delivered, I'd like to check that, please, before we move forward on that basis.
Is there any help you can offer in terms of?
It's a relatively short statement. I can present it quite slowly. I trust that you'll be able to follow it and understand it at the time. I contacted the council in advance. At the DHL appeal, I gave a similar talk. And I was asked to produce copies of the illustrations only. And on this occasion, no mention was made of providing the text of my talk. I can go home, I've just got a scribble on a copy. I can go home, I can type up a summary of what I've said and bring it back by the end of today, if that's helpful.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be unduly critical, I was just checking the position in terms of the fact that we would be in a position to take a note of a relatively short statement, because obviously if it's going to be another sort of, I think there's 10 pages of typed text, it might be a bit difficult, but if it's a relatively short statement and we can do that, then of course I'm very happy to hear that delivered orally. I was just checking before we started.
This is not technical, it's the lived experience of somebody from a close nearby village.
That's fine. It's not mandatory to have a script provided. I'm asking for today, it's just helpful, I guess, in terms of being able to take notes. So, thank you.
Copy.
Okay, so I'll respond to the illustrations. I'll allocate the reference ID 6. And please proceed.
My name is Christine Walker. I live in the village of Greens Norton, which is the village closest to the Toad roundabout. Toaster is our local centre. Toaster is our local town and our centre for shopping, healthcare, work and school, and we need to be able to access it safely. We have no choice but to use the Tove or Appellant roundabouts and to cross the strategic road network in order to reach the town. For the last few years, local journeys to the town have become difficult, slow and dangerous because of existing traffic loads and roads which are inadequate to cope with current volumes. The recent increase in the size of the town with the sudden urban development has already added to the congestion. And approval has been granted, as you know, for several other commercial developments which will add massively to the traffic volumes locally. I will describe my personal lived experience of the current situation, but I'd ask you to consider how much worse it will be when all the approved additional developments have been built and the additional traffic associated with them is on the road. There are currently two main ways in which current traffic creates problems for local people. So that is difficulty getting to the town and an invasion of through traffic into rural communities on unsuitable country lanes. So at busy times it's extremely difficult and at times terrifying to enter the Toad roundabout from the Toaster Road to head into Toaster. I've tried it on a bike once and I would never do that again. The Toucan crossing, which has been referred to several times, is not accessible to us. You've got to take your life in your hands to cross the A5 because it's on the wrong side of the roundabout from Greens Norton. So the traffic which is invading the village on a daily, often daily basis, is directed by interactive sat-navs such as Google Maps. And there's a huge impact on congestion and safety for those smaller communities. So for an example, this morning I woke up, looked at my phone and the village Facebook first message was that there was a backlog from the McDonald's roundabout to the first bridge on Mill Lane. That's almost a mile, it's 3/4 of a mile. And that's not local traffic, that's caused by through traffic being rerouted. So the Toaster Road is the final common pathway for traffic, not only from Greens Norton, but many villages beyond, as far as the watershed with Daventry. It's the only entry onto that roundabout which doesn't have traffic light controls. The A43 and A5 are given priority and are controlled by traffic lights, and we have a give way only. So could I ask you to refer to map 1, please? So the blue car marked on the Toaster Road, imagine you're sitting there at the front of the queue on the Toaster Road heading into Toaster. So you need to get to the right-hand lane of those 3 lanes stopped at the traffic lights. And at this point, I've shown the A5 is running. So you're waiting for a gap. The A5 lights are green. There are 2 lanes of traffic heading north. The traffic wishing to turn right to head east up the A43 has to stop on the roundabout at the red light. So if you now refer to photo 2, this was taken from the Toaster Road entry, and it shows queued cars in front of you. You need to be behind the black car. And these cars are stationary or moving very slowly because there's a red light, as you can see. So even if there's a gap in the northbound traffic, you can't enter the roundabout. I've seen cars that have turned on in these sort of circumstances, but on the wrong way around the roundabout to try and get behind the green van into the right-hand lane. So if you fail to get onto the roundabout at that point, you're still waiting when the A5 lights go red. And this is now shown on map 3. The A43 lights go green. And at busy times, it's common for no cars or just one car to be able to get onto the roundabout in a full cycle of the traffic lights. So if you're lucky enough that all 3 lanes of the A43 are slow off the mark, and if there are no vehicles queued on the roundabout in front of you, you will finally be able to enter the roundabout. You'll almost always be stopped at one of the sets of traffic lights. And if you're, again, the blue car, which is 3rd or 4th in the queue, the back end of your car will be in the live 3rd lane. The A43, very soon after it leaves the roundabout, narrows to 2 lanes. And there's often HGVs in that 3rd lane doing 40 miles an hour, leaning on their horns because you're in their way. At busy times, there may be a long queue at the roundabout on the Toaster Road, and in the DHL application, they counted the cars. They reckoned it was a maximum of 12. I can tell you it often goes back 3/4 of a mile. But the queue doesn't stay in a queue because everybody knows that it moves so slowly, most cars will turn round. So if they do a U-turn, where do they go after that? Well, they go either out of the tiny hamlet of Dunkirk, which is connected to the A5 by a lane which is so narrow it has to be treated as a single track with parking places in field entrances. And in other places where vehicles have tried to pass each other, the road edges have crumbled away because of heavy traffic that drives over the road edge. The traffic for leaving Dunkirk, when it meets the A5, the traffic then has to enter the A5 with no acceleration lane where the traffic's going 60 miles an hour. An alternative, if they turn around from the queue at the roundabout, is they may go back through the centre of Greens Norton to reach Mill Lane and gain access to the Abthorpe roundabout, the one where there was a queue this morning. So that traffic can back up all the way through the village, which is probably a couple of miles away. So my second point is that interactive maps reroute traffic into villages. And in Greens Norton, we often see a steady stream of heavy traffic coming from one of the small, usually quiet country lanes. It's very clear when this is diverted through traffic. On one occasion, when I saw this recently, I checked Google Maps and screenshot 4 is what I found. This is what Chris Bowman was talking about. So this is showing a route from north on the A5. The route on using the strategic road network is taking 33 minutes. It's 25 minutes if you cut down the single track road through Dunkirk, and then through Greens Norton, and then back to Toaster through Mill Lane, which involves two narrow bridges. The alternative, sorry, I didn't mention the alternative route there. The one that takes 28 minutes, that goes through other tiny hamlets, Coltheim, Foster's Boo, Foxley, Blakesley, and back through Silverstone. So the knock-on effect has, and as Chris said, nobody has looked at the minor roads. Nobody has considered the large population in a collection of villages in the sector that's north of the A43 and to the west of the A5. Once traffic gets into the centre of Greens Norton, there are two options, either down the tiny residential roads of Churchview and Sycamore Road, or past the green and along the narrow High Street. This street dates back centuries and many houses don't have off-road parking. And I know HGVs use different satellite navigation, but I have seen the absurd sight of an articulated lorry in one of these diverted episodes, trying to use the pavement to negotiate the alternating parked cars. And in the village, there are 2 day nurseries and a primary school. So in addition to parked cars, through traffic will encounter nursery staff with toddlers and buggies and parents meeting children from the primary school. And it will pass the playing fields, the doctor's surgery, and the children's play area. Meanwhile, villagers who have to park on these roads experience lost wing mirrors, scrapes and dents to their cars with increasing frequency. The screenshot 5 shows just a route along the A5, not turning down the A43 on this occasion. So this was a time when the A5 itself was totally congested. Traffic was being diverted again through Dunkirk and Greens Norton, back across the Toad roundabout, up the A43 with a really dangerous right-hand turn across the dual carriageway, and then down a speed bump road that's residential into Toaster. So these delays and heavy traffic along unsuitable rural lanes and narrow village streets are a near daily occurrence now. They are erratic, but they're frequent. Normal traffic volumes are at a level where a tipping point is reached with any small disruption and for no obvious reason. Through traffic is prioritised, and it's increasingly difficult for local traffic from the villages to access the local town. The presentations so far have almost all referred to, apart from Chris Bowman, have almost all referred to Toaster, but mostly completely ignore the villages that the town serves. It already feels as if insufficient attention has been paid to safety where rural and strategic road network intersect. But we know worse is to come from the developments agreed and those proposed. And there have been deaths locally, with one recent criticism by the coroner of Section 48 notice, a death where the Tiffield Road joined the A43. So we know that The DHL site will add up to 28 vehicle movements an hour, with 33 of those being HGVs. The proposed mitigation to the towed roundabout will not improve the situation for people in the rural quadrant to the north of the A43 and the west of the A5. We cannot access the Toucan crossing without crossing one of these major roads. We need safe and effective access between Towcester and the villages north of the A43, so that villages can access their local essential services on foot, by bike and by car. We need an effective way to limit through traffic entering the villages and rural roads, as the villages of Dunkirk and Greens Norton have become a default route. So the proposed mitigation to the Towcester roundabout will not resolve these problems for local people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, the points that are raised that I'm sure will be covered when we can want to do the maintainable sessions this afternoon. Ms. Reid, did you have any comments?
No, thank you.
No,
thank you.
thank you very much. I call this a final interested party resident to speak, Julie Barry, and local resident, please. Thank you. Barry's script, justice IDs.
Julie Barry, and I'm a resident of Colnwood, a hamlet very close to the development site. It's actually on the other side of the A5 from Dunkirk. I'd like to draw two issues to your attention: environment and biodiversity. As there's no definitive master plan, only a parameters plan on the portal, I'm unsure what amount of B1, B2 and B8 there will be on the site. However, I do know that it can contain as much as 50% B8 over 5 buildings. The B8 content is scheduled to be built at the highest point on the site, resulting in greater visual impacts of the surrounding area. There is a plantation of woodland to the northwest of the site, which runs along the northern boundary. To facilitate buildings of the proposed size will necessitate the removal of a large area of the woodland. This woodland has a Woodland Grant Scheme 3 obtained from the Forestry Commission and classified as young trees and mapped as priority habitat deciduous woodland. However, a licence has been issued for removal of part of this. The breeding bird survey by Focus Environmental Consultants has identified a total of 37 bird species on the site, of which 23 are known or suspected to breed within the site boundaries and hold territories on the site. 12 are considered to be species of particular conservation significance, red and amber list of conservation concern. The woodland plantation habitat currently supports the greatest number of bird territories across the site. The development proposals will result in loss of habitat through removal of the plantation and indirectly through anthropogenic impacts. The proposed development will additionally result in the loss of 8.3 hectares of neutral grassland used by foraging birds, including red and amber listed species. Mitigation of loss of breeding habitats may need to be updated following completion of the final master plan. It is stated that mitigation may need to be located off-site if adequate on-site mitigation is not possible. The hedgerows currently on the site provide important sources of food, shelter and roost sites for birds. The completed development will have a negative impact on the ability of the site to support the abundance of species that it currently does. Hedgerows provide community corridors and foraging for wildlife. They actually act as motorways for birds and are extremely important. Birds tend to travel down the hedgeroad, it's safer than being out in the open. Destruction of the woodland. Although it is permissible, I'm fully aware of this, for the trees to be removed and the licence has already been obtained, it doesn't make it right. It's perverse that trees planted with the grant obtained from the Forestry Commission are now to be removed when they could mitigate the visual impact of the warehouse buildings from the north, because till everything's sorted, we don't know when the AL1, the DHL site's going to be built, and it could be that this comes first and there won't be a buffer with the trees gone. So, and they also act as a noise buffer because the noise will come straight to Caldecut and they retain the precious habitat for birds and other species of wildlife. They would also help with carbon offset and assist in mitigating pollution. Newly planted trees will not do this for many, many years. It just seems very strange. Biodiversity impact assessment. The Labour government's manifesto promised to protect wildlife, but this hasn't happened. They've gone completely the other way. In a recent study by the Wildlife Trust, which is a national organisation, they reported the public are now concerned about the government's lack of attention and concern for wildlife. Only 26% of the public think the government is taking the nature crisis seriously enough. Once a habitat's been removed or changed, it's not, you can't immediately replace it with new trees, even semi-matures. Nature doesn't work like this. They work in symbiosis with each other. We need to find a way of connecting wildlife habitats across the countryside so species can move and thrive. They don't live in isolated pockets. As an example of this, we all know what we've lost to HS2, the lack of knowledge by the developers. Swathes of ancient woodland gone, and we cannot replace ancient woodland. They take hundreds, thousands of years to get to the stage they are. We mustn't build without any thought of nature and wildlife. It's a fallacy that developments are held up by wildlife. Recent research shows that bats and great-crested newts were a factor in just 3% of planning appeal decisions. The bat tunnel, which is infamous, created for HS2, won't be used by the bats. No one to do with HS2 consulted organisations with the relevant knowledge on how to overcome this problem. The Wildlife Trust state that the money's been wasted and the bats will not make use of the tunnel. It was totally unnecessary, but it would be cited as a reason to disregard nature. We are currently the worst country in Europe to protect wildlife. England is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. Nature promotes well-being, improves mental health, and underpins our economy. Once destroyed, the environment cannot be reinstated quickly, like restarting a building project. And now the next topic, biodiversity impact assessment and offsetting. And I want it to be clear in my mind what biodiversity actually is. So I found an explanation in the Cambridge University report. And in the UK, biodiversity offsets have been defined as conservation activities that are designed to give biodiversity gain to compensate for residual losses. Biodiversity offsetting is understood as a last resort in the mitigation hierarchy to be adopted only after all measures have been taken to avoid and minimise development impacts and to rehabilitate and restore biodiversity on site. Ecology Solutions have outlined in their assessment of how biodiversity can be improved on site and the proposed mitigation site, which is 7.1 kilometres southwest of the development site.
However, the absence of any landscape plans or finished site plans temper this conclusion. The absence of landscape plans make any assessment very difficult. Hedgerow enhancement on site will achieve an uplift, but looking at the current site proposals, hedgerows in close proximity to new buildings will not be as beneficial to birds as they are currently. You can put hedgerows near and they won't be used by the birds as much as they are. And how can a site 7.1 kilometres distant from the development site on farmland owned by Bell Plantation at Wappingham benefit the site at Plantation? What is the point of off-site mitigation? How can the mitigation site benefit the wildlife, birds and other species that will be disrupted and possibly die in their current habitat because of changes to the appeal site if the mitigation site 7.14 kilometres away is enhanced to mitigate this? The wildlife, other wildlife will come in, but the wildlife from the Bell Plantation site won't find it, nor will it help improve pollution to Toaster. Just because it's allowed, again, doesn't make it right. And I'd like to ask, have all measures on the actual site really been taken into account? Or is it easier to include more buildings on the site and make it more profitable, more viable, regardless of the lack of habitat and the detriment caused to wildlife on the development sites? Nature needs wildlife corridors that connect to each other, ribbons of connecting hedgerows, grassland joined together to aid wildlife travelling along these corridors. Mitigation so many kilometres away won't do it. It won't help the site or the local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, do you have any questions?
No.
I did wonder, conscious that some of the points that have been raised fall outside of the matters that have been discussed this afternoon. I just wondered if feel that anything that's just been raised should be addressed by any of your witnesses. I'm perhaps thinking most specifically about the woodland removal, any implications.
I can touch on that this afternoon, sir, if you'd like me to pick up on that one. There is matters that are being assessed in the ecology report, and I'll take judgments about that and got to see comments from the council's own constituencies about that woodland, so I can't go on those.
That helps something. Okay, well, thank you for your comments. But I just asked Ms. Gray, has there been any movement in terms of getting more copies of your script?
Not yet. I'm still doing breakfast plans. The breakfast moment.
But perhaps that would be at this point, that would be really helpful, I think. Is there any, I think I suggest we adjourn for lunch at this point, 1.5 hours as we discussed previously. Right. Are there any proceeding points or housekeeping matters that anyone wants to raise before we do so?
No, thank you, sir.
No, so we'll just get a copy of Miss Gray's statement and hand it over to you. Thanks.
I think well, 2 or 3 copies would be really helpful. Okay. So the place of an hour and a half, should we come back at 2:20? Okay, so we'll adjourn and we can be at 2:20. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So the next part of the agenda is moving on to round table session as I was supposed to be out. So before we do so, let's come to Ms. Roots to see what you've got on the reviewing the submissions. So close to them.
Thank you. So we've had the opportunity to look at those over the lunch break, and we're content to deal with them. I think probably what I would like to do, though, I appreciate it was a round table session, so I'm quite happy to do this in a more informal way. I think that I would like to address you in respect of the Hawkhurst case. I think it's relevant to the points that were raised. I've done that to some extent already in the opening submissions, but just to set the scene. And then I think it would be helpful if we could perhaps, I don't just subject your thoughts, obviously it's your agenda, but perhaps if I could highlight some headline points and ask Mr. Williams to deal with them as they've been raised in that submission.
Yeah, well, I was anticipating, I'd perhaps ask my questions first.
Yeah.
And then open the opportunity also just to ask questions, and then come to yourself to cover anything that.
Well, that's fine, so if that would be more helpful, we're
Yeah.
happy to deal with that in that way. Yeah, I'm happy to be led by you in terms of what assists.
Yeah, just give you an indication of how I see these sessions running. So I think I said at the start, we'll go through in the order of landscape first, and then highways, and then planning with the respective widths, and the focus of questioning. So I have some questions on each area, majority of which do fall into the highways category. Interested parties should then, as I said, have the opportunity to ask their own questions. I do wish to retain a certain level of formality to proceedings whereby interested parties should come through me should they wish to ask a question, maybe rather than pretty happy firing off questions, you know, in an informal, potentially helpful way. That would be really useful. And of course, those anticipating the desire to ask a question might be sensible to sit yourself at the witness table in due course. There may be a particular area of evidence that you have interest in, judging by some of the submissions, there may well be highways that you want to ask questions, but so as I say, it's completely up to you whether you don't have to ask questions, it's just the options there. And you know, just sort of listen to the questions and the discussion that we're about to have. I'm also keen to guard against the same questions being put to a witness, so if the matter has already been covered, please do try and refrain from repeating the question. I think it'll be useful in ensuring that we're as proactive as we can be and don't dwell on matters longer than we need to. And as I say, also offer the appellant's advocate the opportunity to put questions to a witness and to mop up anything that you think has been covered or which you'd like to be discussed, should she so desire. So without further ado, I'll move on to some landscape questions on Mr. Morton. Bring me onto the microphone. So just a few questions. As I've already got all the evidence in front of me, a lot of it should just be taken as read. So I've just pinpointed some questions to cover areas where I might give a little bit of extra clarification on points. So you've referenced in your evidence approvals on both the BHL site and the AL reallocation fees that we've discussed in various guises already. And then it's against this future baseline that the appeal scheme should be considered. That's 2.4.3 your proof. I just wanted to take your stance in terms of the current baseline, the current situation, whether it's had any relevance at all in your view in terms of my considerations.
Thanks, sir. Yes, it certainly does. There's been an extensive sort of contextual analysis within the council's employment site allocations development brief SPD, which is obviously supplementary to the AL1 policy allocation. And it's provided a sort of robust and extensive contextual analysis of the site and the surrounding area. And it kind of focused on sort of three contextual areas. So it focused on the A43 corridor, the Toaster Northern Gateway, and the rural setting north of the A43. And on assessing those sort of three broad character areas, it found that the AL1 allocation site was supported in both landscape, townscape, and visual terms. So just very briefly, I think the two sort of critical ones are the A43 corridor and the Toaster Northern Gateway. The A43 corridor was assessed in terms of a series of employment development sites, and it assessed the character, scale of build form within each of those within each of those employment sites. And what it found quite clearly was that each of those development sites had small to medium size units within them. So there is a precedent there along that A43 corridor, which stretches quite an extensive length from the M1 junction south in Northampton all the way down southwest past Toaster. So it then fed into a series of unit sizes within the SPD, which is defined at page 38. And it looks at the setting of Toaster itself around the Toad roundabout, where it establishes those various commercial development parcels around the site comprising in that sort of scale of development. So it's supported in terms of the sort of urban grade character size, unit sizes within our site application. So then in terms of the Toaster Northern Gateway, it focused on the Toad roundabout at the centre of what they call a sort of northern gateway into Toaster. And if I can refer you to SPD Figure 10, which is at page 28, it's SPD.
You got the CD reference number, please?
Yes. Six 6.3. Yeah. Page 28, sorry.
Page 28 in the document.
It's the document page also.
Yeah.
So you'll see that there's focused around the Toad roundabouts. There's the Bell Plantation, the Toad Valley Business Park to the immediate south, and you've got the Old Greens Norton as well, all of which comprise that scale of development. We then have on the right hand side various figures 11 through to 14. So that's quite a sort of visual illustration of the character and urban grain around which the L1 application is cited. So you have the Toad Valley Business Park, buildings units between 350 metres squared, 5,000 metres squared. That's situated to the immediate south. You then have at figure 12, so the eastbound view along the A43 corridor, through a change in the road's frontage from the tree planting to grass verge, and hedgerow planting and street lighting marking on the approach to the Toad roundabout, with the scale and form of the fourth building prominent on the background. So there's quite a detailed contextual analysis around the Toad roundabout and that northern gateway, which is informed the AL1 development framework plan, which we recorded to strictly. So it provides the current baseline, which is robust down to the current baseline. And now obviously we have a future baseline, which will become clearer with the approval of the DHL scheme and the developments of these.
In terms of landscape effects, you've identified a moderate adverse significance in terms of that effects at year 1. Can you just confirm the main contributory factors? I think you referenced the removal of the plantation from part of the northwest corner, There's works in terms of the A5 tree line, I think you've referenced, and other necessary groundworks. Anything you want to expand upon further or elaborate and explain the rationale behind that finding?
Yes, and I think, you know, the future baseline really is the context in which we should assess the proposals, proposed developments. Because clearly the appeal site will be highly contained, so it will be contained within what will be the northern gateway points within Tosa and along the A5 with 43 corridors. Now the appeal site has incorporated the L1 development framework, which establishes various principles. So key amongst those are the building height, scale, massing principles, and also placemaking principles. So the development framework essentially splits the L1 allocation site into two halves. So you have the northern development area and the southern development area. The northern developments parcel associated with the LC is primarily focused on integrating that parcel within the wider landscape. Whereas within our appeal scheme, it's much more focused on placemaking and integrating, establishing sort of high quality gateway points into Toaster. And so that's what we achieved with the appeal scheme. In terms of building heights, there's been quite a discussion about the placement of the highest buildings within the sort of highest part of the site. The site grade is only very gently sloping, so that's the first point. But there has been a logical approach in terms of integrating building heights. So we focused the lower level developments along the A5 frontages, which are the most visible locations within the site. We then located the higher level developments within the most contained part of the site. So we contained the northeast corner and it beyond those sort of A5 frontages. And it will visually relate to the larger scale build form within the DHL site. So there's a logical approach to the building height, scale and massing principles that have been adopted. In terms of the placemaking principles, the Unit 30 screen, if I can refer you actually to the Illustrative Landscape Strategy Plan, which is CD 10.15, might just help you understand the sort of placemaking principles that let's just touch on briefly. You'll see Unit 30 along our southern boundary adjacent to the A43. That's adopted quite a sort of linear elongated form. And that relates to the development to the south within the Toad Valley Business Park. And it relates specifically really to that Porsche Centre, which has quite a long elongated form. And you can see, you saw that in the figure 12 of the SPD at page 29. So there'll be a sort of visual symmetry on that gate, that important gateway along the A43. So frame views and creates a sense of arrival into this new sort of employment zone. So we've then also incorporated development setbacks so we can retain the key vegetation frontages along the A43 and along the A5 as well. So also not trying to screen development fully, we do want to sort of visually activate within those street scenes. So there's been various mitigation measures and enhancement measures to ensure that we can integrate development both within the townscape to create this new urban gateway, and whilst the wider DHL development integrates it within the L1 site within the wider countryside. So that's how I really arrived at the significant effects that we identified, and it's that is a proportionally. It's that the site is in a good location in an area which is characterised by industrial features already. It's separated from the sort of sensitive historic core within the centre of this. So it's an appropriate location. And obviously, any wider effects are contained by the wider area allocation and the allocations that are these.
Is there anything you want to say further, some negative areas that I mentioned about the removals and the A5 access and things, and how that might evolve over time, potentially?
Yeah, I think it's worth considering the removal of that woodland in terms of the broader AL1 development framework. So it's a requirement really of the development framework to remove that tree line. And that will enable us to establish robust east to west green link between the northern and southern parcels. So that will provide new pedestrian access, it will open up pedestrian access, linking the A5 to public right of way SB1, which is along our eastern boundary. And that will extend all the way up the new greenway and contribute to a new sort of greenway between Bogworth to the north and Toaster. So there's that sort of practical in terms of enhancing sustainable movement and access to the countryside. But then also when you're considering the broader AL1 application, the notes on the development framework plan that the boundary locations around the DHL scheme are fully contained by a new reinforced sort of extensive tree planting. And you can see that on 4 document, there's a detailed planting plan for the DHL scheme. And it's just considering the proposal around, so you just refer to core documents 9.4, the detailed planting plan. And it shows extensive woodlands wrapping around the allocation sites, northern boundary, eastern boundary along the A5 corridor, and also between our appeal sites and the new Toaster football club pitch area. So all in all, there will be a net gain in woodland planting. So those connected green corridors will be planted with extensive native tree planting, which will enhance diversity within those greenways and provide overall a beneficial net gain in woodland planting within the other application site.
Yeah, it's just coming on to us actually, just said about the envisaged approach to landscaping the site. And I see on the parameters plan, there's defined structural landscape zones and indicative landscape zones. I don't know if you could just explain the differences between the two. And I was also going to ask how the landscape approach could tie in or would tie in with the envisaged perimeter of the adjoining DHL site. And we just touched on that, but do you have anything further to say that we use?
Well, there's quite sort of subtle differences. So the structural planting zones are provided in addition to the retained vegetation. So along our eastern boundary, we'll be fully retaining the hedgerow along that boundary, and on the so that's a sort of supplementary structural planting zone. You then have the other planting zones primarily along our A5 corridor, where development's been pulled back from the A5. And will allow for replacement planting as a result of any vegetation loss due to the new access points. So those are really the sort of key principles behind those structural zones.
I think it's not the case that all existing landscaping along the A5 have been removed.
As far as I'm aware, not. No. So to an extent to that, I'm not sure.
There's some quite established specimens.
On
Quite established sort of older, I'm sure.
Yes, I mean it will be, so our boundary will also that will extend, so that's the structural planting there will extend along the A5 corridor almost like the DHL scheme. So any removals that are required can be mitigated in the long term. There may be some short-term harm to that, but that's really as a requirement of the development site and the allocation, not the allocation of it. But more broadly speaking, we'll be retaining the majority of vegetation and reinforcing that and introducing sort of net gain.
So I'm going to assist a little bit further. Obviously, the parameters plans links to the structure of the planning version potentially, in terms of the way it links to the planning conditions as well. So there is a different condition that deals with structural landscaping as opposed to one that deals generally with landscaping, such that there's a general requirement to try and advance that earlier as part of the coordinated scheme, And the structural landscaping was there, defined in discussion with officers. And more to the periphery and the edges of the sites, particularly along the boundary, the eastern boundaries especially. And then the other areas that are shown for landscaping are more within the garden zones. I think it sort of defines that on the key to make a distinction between the two areas. So the strategic sort of landscaping is more the surrounding containment landscaping, the common landscaping within the parcels. With regard to the landscaping along the front, obviously we can't get that access in without taking trees and some hedgerows associated with that access in there. But there is still the opportunity to retain still quite a lot of the landscaping on that frontage, even getting that landscape in that access in place.
I notice your position is that Morton development will be highly visually contained. The most significant visual effects have been identified for your survey work. Can I take it from your evidence that the greatest, the locations where there'll be the greatest potential for visual effect will be those locations akin or in the broad proximity of local viewpoints 14 and 15, in terms of from along the A5 and the A43 and the tow roundabout itself, so locations close to the site.
Yes, that's right to a degree, so clearly the site is highly contained. So any visual effects will be at sort of close proximity. Viewpoint 15, so that's on approach from the A5 to the north. And in my opinion, so that there will be no significant effects, or there'll be no change on that view as a result of our proposed development. And it will be fully contained by, or our development will be fully contained by the DHL scheme to the immediate north of us. So views back looking south will be contained by that development, and also the sort of supplementary structural woodland planting along the northern edges and the A5 corridor associated with the DHL scheme. So I would disagree on that particular viewpoint. I think that the sort of rural approach along the A5 will be retained as you approach the sort of new gateway point into Toaster. But yes, certainly from viewpoint 14, you will appreciate some change, but that change would be perceived within the context of the surrounding built form, surrounding the urban context. As part of the SPD sort of guidelines, really, that we don't want to hide the development, we want to sort of create that frontages. We want to create that northern Toaster gateway. So it's something that needs to be sort of promoted sensitively, and that's what we're doing in terms of providing some expression to architectural built form, reflecting the adjacent development, but also to sensitively integrate it in terms of retaining the key tree line hedgerows in the 43. So any perceived change will be very much in character with those leadership within the immediate township setting. And I mean, in terms of any wider effects, there will be most significant effects within that wider rural context to the north, or to the east within the eastern Neston House registered part of the garden. But there'll be no change at all. So the site set down on lower lying lands beyond an extensive sort of woodland context. And you can see really, you've seen with my appendix J1, so there's a theoretical visibility plan. Which briefly draw your attention to that. That plan ASP5 see the areas in red, which is the highest potential visibility, is contained within the appeal site itself. So it sort of reinforces my general analysis that any change is really going to see at a highly localized scale. There are some small pockets of potential low and medium potential visibility within the wider landscape setting, in the edges of green water, but otherwise, all the areas in white are where you will not see development at all. So in terms of the wider rural landscape setting, we are set down in the landscapes and will be contained by the wider allocation development to the north and to the immediate east. But then we also have the rising topography set to the north as you extend along the A5, which itself provides a degree of containment from the wider landscape, some of the tree belt along that important corridor, and various other woodland blocks around Bricklock Farms to the northeast, and small developments of the immediate northwest, just adjacent to us in the northwestern corner. So there really will be some very minimal visual impact from that wider scale. And any perceived change will be perceived in the context of the immediate landscape setting. So
Did you want to say anything further? I think it touched on this reads opening about viewpoints 12 and 13, bringing north to the west. There's an acknowledged effect to some degree. You can see there's obviously some degree of potential visibility shown in the alternative visibility plan. Would you perhaps categorise that as where, in terms of the kind of more longer distance, that might be the location that the scheme would have most effect?
Well, we do have, I've assessed it within, we have a series of wireframe visuals, so which might be useful to refer to. So if you refer to my appendix JM, that's JM3, so we'll find the wireframe visuals. We have viewpoint 13 has been illustrated. And that is taken from the Grafton Way, public right of way to the southeast of Williamson. And you're right, so it is a long distance view, it's 1.5 kilometres approximately southwest of the appeal sites. And the appeal site is highlighted in red. We have the DHL scheme in yellow, it's immediate north, and the Ironlands development to be in blue, adjacent to the appeal site. And essentially what you will see it as very sort of highly filtered views really within that wider broader context, filtered by the A5 tree line and the further woodlands immediately surrounding the sites. So you'll get a sort of very minor change, I would say a low degree of change on that view, and those views from the sector of Greens and Wilson. Importantly, there's no objectional development out into the field of view. So the wider countryside between Greens and Wilson and Toaster remains quite open in character. And overall, I set a negligible very perceived magnitude change, which resulted in minor neutral significance with our developments, being seen within the context of the wider pre-development DHL scheme and the Iron Land development, and the further development within the immediate setting. But overall, I consider the development will be well contained from setting Greens and Wilson. But yes, you're correct in some of the wider countryside, that's comparatively the more prominent locations.
My next question was about the wireframe, but in terms of the viewpoints you select, I think it's touched on viewpoint 13, there's 2, 13, and 16. Can you just explain the rationale behind why those specifically have been selected? Is there a random location around the site? Was there particular sensitivities about those particular viewpoints?
No, so there was logic and reason behind that. The visual appraisal within the SPD assesses that the most sensitive visual sort of receptors are to the north and to the east within the wider setting. So that's why we've selected viewpoint 2, which is the public right of way SB1 as you approach from the north, heading south towards the appeal site. We've then selected a view from within Eastern Nesting House, Registered Park and Garden, which obviously it's a listed RGP, so potentially sensitive. But again, there was no views from there. And then the final which we just discussed, which is from the setting of Greens Norton, that was picked up within the ZTV as some potential visibility from there, so it just felt reasonable to select that view. So we've kind of got a spread. We've chosen sort of arc of views sort of north, east and west. So try to cover and be proportionate as best we can with those right views. So
would you So encourage me to treat them with a degree of caution, and I imagine they're very much indicative in terms of the outline nature of the proposal shown on them.
I mean, clearly, you know, the wireframes are based on parameters plans, so they are by nature, the outlines are quite blocky. But you can rely on them in terms of, they provide really a worst case scenario, but they're assessing, they're visualising the worst case scenario in terms of the maximum parameters within each of those sites. So in reality, you will have a much more finer grain, much more nuanced build form, but it's far less blocky, for want of a better word. And so I think you can treat these as a worst case scenario. The photo record is taken in, I think it was early April, so essentially they're almost winter views. So it really is assessing sort of worst case scenario.
That concludes my question. And I'm interested by, I had a specific question for Mr. Morton. No, Ms. Reid, do you have anything to follow up on?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. We move to highways, again, we'll follow the same format. I've attempted to amend and change a couple of bits, just to try and cover some of the discussion that was some of the submissions that were made this morning. I do apologise if it's not in an entirely logical order as we go through. But hopefully there is some structure to it. And then we'll move on, as I say, to bringing any interesting particles to ask the question. So, Mr. Williams, I note your position that the residual cumulative impacts on the strategic road network would, following mitigation, not be severe. And reference to the Department of Transport Circular 01/2022, which sets out that amongst other guiding principles, an opening year assessment of impact on the strategic road network for allocated sites should be based on 100% of the site in the year of first occupation, regardless of when the site is fully occupied. So when the application was submitted, the opening year was assumed to be 2024, which has of course now passed. But I understand from your evidence that the assessment was based on a scenario of background traffic growth and committed development delivery up to 2026. And I think the reason for that was the only future years scenarios available through the relevant financial strategic transport model. You have to confirm that and elaborate whether you wish to.
Yes, that's right. The Northamptonshire strategic transport model is 2026, 2031 available. Therefore, we use the 2026 mixed developments for the whole county, except the localised area, where we assume one unit at each of the AL sites, given it was specifically very local to the application site. Having the time that has been progressed since then, it's noted that none of the AL sites have been occupied yet, and it's still a realistic assumption that 2026 forms a realistic opening year assessment, which is essentially what we've assessed, with one unit being occupied at each of the AL sites. Obviously, DHL has recently been approved and appealed. Ironman is going through reserve matters applications at the moment, and AL2 and AL4 are yet to be granted planning consent. So it's entirely reasonable for that assessment to be true and realistic.
So your position, I think, is close to the outset of the autumn winter next year. We'll participate in one of the units.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
In terms of the DHL appeal decision, point 3, paragraph 15, extract, there's assumed opening year of 2025, but the inspector, I think based on the evidence before him, 2031 data guided his decision was clearly, and I think he referenced it in the visits that would be unlikely to go much beyond the realistic date of completion. I appreciate there's a distinction between completion and occupation. Have you got any thoughts on him and the manner in which his 2031 forecasts clearly led his
Yeah, so having watched the DHL public inquiry, it is noteworthy that DHL coming forward with a highway mitigation scheme, of which the mitigation scheme produces the nil detriment scenario in both their open year assessment and the 2031 assessment. Therefore, I think it was telling that that public inquiry, they didn't wish to dwell on the open year assessment, given the position was nil detriment in 2031 also. Obviously, the position was clear from the appellant for the DHL scheme that 2025 open year assessment should be the appropriate basis for the assessment. And that's exactly the same case for our scheme, as it's clear in government policy that is the rationale for the assessment on the strategic road network.
And again, a point I referenced in opening about the time limit condition. I don't know if this is correct, but it may well be taken perhaps. In terms of the timings that are set out in that condition, I mean, would you consider that it provides assurance that 2026 is realistic and being worked towards, and that could actually offer assurances, or is there different stance could be taken when interpreting that condition?
It may be for me. I mean, essentially, that condition was varied from the non-standard condition when our discussions out with Mr. Callis, which was more flexibility in terms of delivering the scheme overall and 100% completing the scheme. Just to give us a little bit more flexibility on the nature of this sort of scheme, which is, responding to market needs and demands for small and medium-sized buildings over a period of time as occupiers come forward. The first phase and delivering a unit by the end of next year is fairly straightforward in terms of programme predictions on the basis that the clients are already instructed reserve matters to be prepared in anticipation of hopefully a positive outcome. The planning conditions speak to an approach which requires the access to be put in place, as well as allowing us to do some basic groundworks within the site generally. So those are anticipated to start as soon as we can in terms of discharge and pre-commencement conditions to get on with those, because obviously the access is not reserved. And whilst we're doing that concurrently, we'll be seeking our reserve matters approval. So we've got a build programme for the first phase. It was beyond the first phase and zone one. It was beyond those, just giving us a little bit more flexibility over a build out period of maybe 4 to 6 years or so. But it would just allow us a little bit more flexibility rather than necessarily getting consent for the whole scheme right the way through when it might not, market needs and occupier needs might fluctuate over a period of time.
Have you given any consideration to how little drafting tweaks could first facility to the first zone or first phase of development
In terms of
the time limits that are imposed by the condition and the insurances that could be offered if there was a tighter time frame potentially? Without prejudicing the longer build out.
I don't see any particular issue. The only issue is there are certain aspects that are my client's control in terms of, say, the council's ability to deal with an application and the timeframes are associated with that, etc. So that there are certain things that are slightly outside the client's control. But there is there's a significant motivation for the client to get on and recoup significant funds that have been set in place by promoting the site and going through this planning process to get on with the development and move forward. And as I say, matters are already progressing in terms of the detailed designs of zone one. I can't say that there's anything progressing yet in terms of zone two, but zone one is progressing quite actively and significantly quickly.
Thank you. So I've heard some accusations or read some accusations in the interested party comments that's modelling survey work might not be fully representative of actual circumstances. I don't know if you can confirm what measures have been taken to guard against that and the process been taken generally.
Yeah, sure. So our traffic surveys informed my validation of our microsimulation model. These surveys were taken in November 2021. and that the survey dates were agreed with National Highways and West Northants. There's been concerns of the impact of COVID-19 with traffic surveys. It's noted that there was a letter in September 2021 from the Chief and Analyst Division at National Highways confirming that post September 2021, it represented a suitable time period again for traffic surveys to be undertaken, obviously with caution and caveats within that. As such, we did a check of around 6 months worth of data, working with National Highways to make sure that those surveys we did in November 2021 were accurate, and they validated very well across 6 months worth of data. So not just a 2-week window, but a much longer period of time.
In terms of sort of seen it referenced today, as well as in written evidence about gridlock being experienced when there are major incidents from the network or the A5, and again, ones referenced quite a lot in some of the submissions. Causing major issues, gridlock, as I said, you can confirm that those sort of events have been considered and acknowledged in your work, the modelling and survey work.
Yeah, obviously when we do our work, we want to base it on a neutral period, which excludes periods of significant roadworks. It should be noted that today there's been delays getting into Toaster, for example. These are associated with the construction of Toaster Relief Road. So comments relating to sort of how long it's taken to get into Toaster today are within the context that these are significant upgrades designed to enhance capacity in the area. In terms of wider impacts on the network more generally, this is a consequence of sort of daily variation in traffic flows, and impacts do arise on the highway network. But we've assessed a reasonable scenario, a reasonable worst case scenario, as is required by National Highways and West Midlands Council, and there's been no questions either any of the professional consultees as to the validity of that the assessment.
In terms of your opening year assessment, the modelling was excluded the load shift and also the additional mitigation around about the AHL scheme. So is it your position that the forecast could actually could overplay actual effects in reality?
Yes, that's quite right. We've not included any mode shift from either our site or DHL site, Ironman site, or any other site in Northamptonshire where committed development is being accounted for. So the background traffic growth and our development trips are therefore all worst case trips. And now, obviously, the MPPF has been updated to ensure that a vision-led approach is taken in paragraph 115 and 116 of the MPPF, associated with building for sustainable modes of transport.
Pick up your proof. And look at some of the opening year assessment work into journey time and queue length analysis, page 25 and 26 of your proof. With the table 5.3 queue length comparisons, but you compared in simple terms within that without the proposed development. So there's a couple of figures in that table that are coloured in red, which are larger than any other queuing forecasts. Particular the age of differences as predicted between on the AM peak and the PM peak. There's the A43 east at AM and A5 north at PM. I see it's set out in your proof that that level of queuing is not considered to be severe. Could you elaborate on the reasons why, and what sort of figures would you be anticipating to see there for that sort of traits or something that you know that are severe?
Yeah, so there's no definition, firstly, of what a severe threshold is. However, results in table 5.3, which you mentioned, should also be read in conjunction with the journey time analysis, which has been reported in table 5.2, just above on the same page, which shows on the A43 East in the A&P increases of 15 seconds on a 7-minute journey, and then in the PMP on the A5, 21 seconds on a 9-minute journey, which I'm sure you appreciate. Considered you wouldn't consider that noticeable as a day-to-day drive on the network, 21 seconds and 14 seconds on a 7 to 10-minute journey. What's the second point you made, sorry?
So what sort of figure in this instance of this sort of figure or distances would you be looking at, in your opinion, with weights of severe?
Yeah, so there is no definition of either journey time or queue positions as to what is severe. So I would sort of refrain from committing to a certain threshold on that. Although would note that at the DHL inquiry, sort of a number of minutes was quoted as potentially being severe by the council's witness. But like the council's witness expressed that it's potentially severe and it's subjective, depending on the location of the network. Obviously, the impacts on this junction don't have any safety impacts in terms of queue lengths going past accesses and impacts on safety. So overall, I think it's a clear conclusion to us that the impacts wouldn't be severe. And like I say, this is a very much worst case scenario, which excludes modal shift from the development.
So, sorry, sir, also just to pop in on this point in terms of policy, the testing framework is obviously whether the residual cumulative impacts on the network are severe. And I've referred to the case, the Rochford appeal in my submissions, where that point was recognised by the inspector. So it's not just a case necessarily of looking at a particular arm or even a particular junction. And I think that the point that Mr. Williams has just made is that that's why there's not a particular threshold, because one has to take a judgment taking into account all factors in respect to the network.
So in terms of you've done a 2031 assessment, I think your position is not necessarily appropriate. It's not the position that it's necessary, but you've included the sake of completeness in response to the specific wording of the council's second reason for refusal. Is that right?
Yes, it doesn't form the basis of the judgment for the strategic highway network, but we have included them for completeness.
So your test that you carried out incorporates all background traffic growth, all community development, and all local allocations, as well as the DHL mitigation and the oil test of Relief Road. And similar to your opening, your assessment, we've compared the travel times and queue lengths between the circumstances without proposed development. We look at that on page 30 of the proof. There are a few instances, as you will be well aware of, 6.5-minute differences in travel times, significant differences in 85th percentile queue lengths anticipated, as high as 926 metres at PM peak on the A5 northbound. Would you care to talk me through these assessments and perhaps confirm the anticipated implications of mode of shift, which I see have been investigated and used in your forecasting?
Yes, of course. I believe it starts at 5.6 with the journey times. So, for example, when we look at the A43 north, in the A&P, A43 north to A5 south, there's a time difference of 4 minutes 56 without mode shift. With the modal shift, as the MPPF requires, this reduces to 57 seconds. Following discussions and collaboration with the council's expert witness, we agreed that the impact of the development after the mode shift is not expected to be severe. And this is in the context of the various jail times that are being reported across the network.
Do you accept the modal shift implications are very important in terms of getting the conclusions that will be able to support?
Yes, I would. And it also reinforces the updated MPPF in the emphasis that it's trying to move away from predict and provide to providing more sustainable forms of transport, which have the ability to significantly improve journey times across the network, as well as any highway capacity intervention with the. So it's still, there's been many references today to no mitigation being provided, whereas that is in fact not true, because the bus stop's being relocated, the footway cycle track is being provided, which is part of the council's LC whip strategy. So with this highway mitigation provided in the form of sustainable transport modes, it's fully compliant with policy, and also, as Sarah just alluded to, sorry, the cumulative impact across the network, which should be judged on the basis of the appeal decisions which we referenced, is not severe.
So if you want to respond in terms of this Gray's earlier talking about modal shift, which is referring to paragraph 116 of the framework, suggesting that that would fall under a form of mitigation response to that.
That it wouldn't form part of mitigation such as that. I'll just read out the MPPF.
So just while Mr Williams digs out the NPPF. It's also relevant, so I mean, in the Hawkhurst case, which is one of the core documents, paragraph 138. I can just give you the reference. I'll just read it. It was a confirmation from the court, essentially, that public transport measures in that case are a form of mitigation, because the court said this, so you can look at this in your own time, but it's just a sentence. Such blanket objection would not recognise the potential for minor impacts to be addressed by mitigation measures such as public transport measures. So it's just confirming the point that mitigation can be that. In terms of the point in the framework, about policy, so perhaps we could turn up 115 to 116. And just in terms of doing that, and in terms of looking at 115 and 115 and then 16. Just to note again, the point that the Hawkhurst decision recognised that these two paragraphs should essentially be read together, so one follows the other. I'm just trying to find it. I'll find the relevant paragraph reference in terms of that in just a second. Okay, paragraph again, so just you don't need to turn to them, but it's paragraph 110. The court's referring to what was then 108 and 109. Read together, the natural and ordinary meaning of paragraphs 108 and 109 of the framework are clear. In assessing an application for development, the decision maker needs to ensure that significant impacts and developments on the capacity and congestion of the highway network can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree, but there should only be a refusal on that basis if the residual cumulative impacts, which includes taking account of mitigation proposed by the developer on the road network, would be severe. So essentially you read the two together. And paragraph D in 115, any significant impacts from the developments on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree through a vision-led approach. So the policy is equating vision-led approach with mitigation in 115D. And then turning to the definition of vision-led approach in the glossary. On page 80. So vision-led approach, an approach to transport planning based on setting outcomes for development based on achieving well-designed, sustainable and popular places and providing transport solutions to deliver those outcomes as opposed to predicting future demand to provide capacity, often referred to as predict and provide. So the framework there recognising expressly that a form of mitigation is essentially those sustainable transport outcomes being set through a vision-led approach and describing those as mitigation within 115D. And then, as the court found in Hawkhurst, 116 is to be read in that context. Development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. So again, the reference to mitigation referring back to the previous paragraph. And just noting those words following mitigation were inserted in the 2024 framework, the government making it clear in its response to the consultation proposals that it was doing that as a matter of clarity to make it clear that such mitigation should be considered in terms of carrying out the assessments in 116.
Paragraph 116 also makes reference to the fact that would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. And there's a definition of all reasonable future scenarios, which National Highways have confirmed the open year assessment as a reasonable future scenario. Reasonable future scenario is defined as a range of realistic transport scenarios tested in agreement with the local planning authority and other relevant bodies, including statutory consultees, to assess potential impacts and determine the optimum transport infrastructure required to mitigate any adverse impacts, promote sustainable modes of travel, and realise the vision of the site. So in my view, we're ticking all the boxes in terms of how we are approaching mitigation for the scheme. And it's been recognised as a sustainable site through its allocation within the local plan.
Just to add one further point, sir, on that in terms of linking this initial policy framework to the actual development plan, because this idea of sustainable transport promotion and the need for getting people out of their cars and obviously rather than essentially trying to create more highway capacity and looking at ways to promote more sustainable travel means is in the council zone development plan within the core strategy in 9F1, which is the policy that's referring to developments needing to mitigate mitigate their impacts by provision of infrastructure. When it talks about that, it's CD CD 1.4 as the core strategy, and it talks about promoting this is 11.5, para 11.5, which should be accompanying text of IF1. In promoting sustainability, the JCS does not seek to provide additional capacity by extending or providing new infrastructure without thoroughly understanding whether existing infrastructure could be used more efficiently, and by reducing the demand through promoting behavioural change, for example, achieving modal shift targets from the car to other forms of transport to enable more efficient use of the road network. And the policy itself also refers in assessing capacity, developers will provide evidence as to whether existing infrastructure can be used more efficiently or whether the impact of the road can also be reduced for promoting behavioural change. So there's a full expectation that infrastructure delivery, and it is not just about putting black tar down the roads, it's about making sustainable choices and encouraging people to take different choices when they travel to basically work, etc.
Thank you. Continue to look at some of the payments and the stuff we use as through. So it's pages 31 and 32, there's comparison tables, generally some comparisons where opening year, this one's against 2031 modelling. I think I'm correct to interpret significant differences in some stretches of the strategic road network, 16, 17 minutes. I think that some of it is an acceptance of a high level of growth forecast, and there's an acceptance, I think, that those seem to create significant constraints on the highway network. Want to confirm further or talk any in terms of
Yeah,
what we say is demonstrated?
just have the clarification. So test one is the open year assessment in the do minimum scenario, so no belt plantation scheme. And test four represents the 2031 scenario without belt plantation scheme. So what this is looking at is basically if this scheme wasn't approved, what would the level of delays look like on the network? And you can see here the times which you mentioned, 16, 17 minutes. And therefore this is highlighting that actually the substantial levels of delays on the network are not related to the impact of this development, which we've gone through before was quite minor in terms of 15, 21 seconds on the network. But actually the greater impacts across this network will be the background traffic growth, which national highways have responded. National highways have provided a supplementary note to the appeal, confirming that they'll work with the council to develop a strategic scheme through policy as being the appropriate place to do so, opposed to this planned application.
I think I understand. I have more questions for the sake of asking questions. In terms, I think referencing the statement of common ground, where Toad roundabout has been quite recently included for improvements, or one of the projects listed for improvements within West Northamptonshire Council local transport plan, covers 2025 to 2045. Set out in the statement of common ground, no scheme has been prepared at this stage, but do you want to explain further perhaps about the implications of this project? No details of yet, but its inclusion within this plan, and also in terms of where the envisaged funding and capital investment would actually come from in your view.
Yeah, so we contacted the council for clarification on this. A scheme for tow roundabout is identified in the transportation plan, and CD 10.6 contains an email from West Northamptonshire, confirming that they aren't aware of the scheme as it relates to National Highways network. Now, in terms of your second question, which it doesn't directly relate to this development and sort of considering it, but the identification of a scheme in the local plan, in the transportation plan, a logical place for future funding of such scheme would be through the future West Northampton Joint Strategy, which will be prepared to allocate strategic sites to deliver housing and employment moving forward. The appropriate mechanism for delivering a strategic scheme would be to understand if a viable solution to funding such scheme could be delivered through the local plan and its allocation of housing, and obviously making sure that the housing and employment is allocated in the right places and the right infrastructure put in place.
So, I just help on that one as well. Obviously, there's a link to planning generally on that point. I think it's interesting that National Highways talk to specifically mention the word policy approach to dealing with that, not a development management approach to dealing with that. And clearly there was an opportunity to do that as part of the current development plan, in allocating these various sites to the north of Toaster. And they could have been included with a policy requirement to contribute to a combined scheme for mitigation of any junction or et cetera, and could have been set out in policy, and that the council could have followed up. And you've got various references, I think, in Mr. Williams' proof and other core documents that include the inspector's report on the current local plan, which had input at the time from National Highways, and there was no objection to the plan going forward on the basis of how it was set out, and how it's now being adopted without any specific policy mitigation associated with it. So But of course, that situation could change in the new local plan going forward, and that could be reflective of the local transport plan, which it should have regard to, and the council are pressing the local plan. And the new local plan, I understand, is going to go out for further consultation later this year, and we may include further provisions associated with new allocations within that plan that themselves would provide mitigations to do with matters such as that policy approach.
To touch on some of these points that were made about impacting the local network, flows of traffic through small villages raised as existing concerns and issues by interested parties that put forward would potentially get exacerbated by the proposal. Is this something that's been looked at in terms of your work, transport assessment and the modelling behind that? Has it been focused primarily on the street road network?
Yeah, so we started our work with reference to the Northamptonshire strategic transport model. So this includes all the roads within the county, and includes village roads such as those to Greens Norton. It's important to note that the county model, the NSTM, is a validated model, and it's an approved model in accordance with the WebTag standards for modelling. This basically has to check that all the traffic flows match what happens in reality. It's gone through that process, and it ticks all the boxes in that respect. Therefore, when we come to look at the impact of all developments in the future, we can see what levels of traffic are expected to be assigning along roads such as roads to Greens Norton. That has been looked at. We reviewed that with West Northamptonshire Council and their consultants, and no comments or issues arose with those matters. And indeed, the council don't object on high-risk grounds in full stop now, but specifically they have no concerns with rural traffic routing in their response.
Did you have anything to say specifically? Ms. Walker was referencing difficulty entering the Tober roundabout from the Greens Norton approach specifically. Is that something that you acknowledge or that you have come across in consideration?
Yeah, I think when we look at this site, we have to look at the proposed development and how we serve the proposed development. See that this site is on the eastern side of the A5, so in terms of seal rates, it needs to be directly related to the development, any works which we're required to do. As such, we're making significant upgrades to the eastern side of the A5 south of Sode, and also upgrading the crossing on the eastern arm. In terms of the western side of the Toad roundabout, I would recommend that the third party makes representations to the AL2 wool growers application. This is on the western side of the roundabout, and I would expect through that application that they do similar works to our proposals on the eastern side, making sure that walking cycling is a suitable mitigation measure for people to be able to access that side.
I think so, just about that. So obviously there's this different desire line from our side versus town, and that's why I think the AL2 site might be more appropriate for connections across to the A5 and across to our improvements as well. With regard to the specific point about getting access onto a roundabout that's quite congested, I do have some sympathy for that, right? We all we still, but from time to time we do get that difficulty of accessing across a congested roundabout. But it's hard to materially link that specific problem to our development and say, is that consequential and caused by our development? So are we making that situation materially worse? And I don't think there's anything in the evidence before you said that is highlighting that is something that either we're causing or it's directly related to our development to resolve that issue, which is not ideal, but it's not uncommon.
Another specific point was raised by parish councillor about the double code turn. This suggestion prohibition of the right turn off the A5. From existing situation with that particular junction. Have we got any thoughts on the relevance of that proposal?
I think that links back to the discussion we just had regarding the use of the NSDM, because we've used that model. We've got a sound evidence base to justify that no significant level of trips will be accepted to reassign via that road as a result of this development. Therefore, going back to the seal regulations 122, everything, any works which we do need to be directly related to this development. Such works clearly wouldn't be directly related to the impact of this proposal if we've demonstrated that there's no significant change in traffic flows as a result of this development using that right turn.
Did you have any comments that were raised by the state parties about sat navs and the potential to direct people through rural villages when there's an issue on the main network?
Yeah, I mean, it is noteworthy that these are existing screenshots. Obviously, the relief road will be coming in, which is taken into account in our modelling, but isn't taken into account in these Google screenshots, whereby this is actually designed to take a substantial number of trips off the A43 and the A5 in the vicinity of Toad Roundabout to actually improve network conditions. And you'll see that this road is being constructed now, as we discussed earlier. Therefore, the current sort of journey time routes which have been shown will be subject to change once that relief road comes forward.
You got any updates on the comments about this? These conditions are actually in operation. Got any update?
I'm not aware of the exact completion date. Council maybe where
It's the nice one built up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks. From what I understand, I think it's sort of roughly end of this year or maybe very early 2026. But that's sort of approximate timescale. It is. I think they commenced the work in about November last year, so they're a good 6 months into it already. Thank you.
you can see the roundabout on the A43 now sort of being constructed, so it does seem realistic those times.
Can I touch on the travel plan? So I've seen there's been agreement in terms of the target that needs to be reached. The car driver mode share essentially needs to be further reduced from 71% to 60.5%. Sort of represents an 18.4% reduction from what would be the starting point. But how is that particular reduction or the agreement or the number that's been requested? That's obviously yes, with the highway authority. Is that there's a calculation behind that?
I can just talk through my the rationale for this and how we got to this position for sort of six. Touch on it in my proof of evidence and then the council's condition and build upon this. In table 5.5 of my proof of evidence, I refer to the various mode shifts which we take into account in the proof of evidence. This related to 20% reduction as a result of our plantation and all our proposals. Whereas for all the other schemes, we made reductions associated with changes to cycling. Because we're delivering the footway cycle track on the eastern side of the A5, we consider it perfectly reasonable that people would change modes, go into DHL and AL3 and AL2 as a result of that improvement. The council, through these discussions, debated this view with us, and the overall change in mode share applicable to our site now has been updated to take into account of the full 41 and 35 trip reduction as a total in that table, but applied solely to our site. which ourselves and West Northants believe is achievable. So that's how we ended up with the sort of changing position of modal shift, and that's the numbers which it relates to. But could also be higher than that because it doesn't take into account of benefits associated with the garden centre at the moment, Shell, Aldi, and any other facilities in the vicinity of that.
And when I first read the targets, it's sought to be secured from 106, I was trying to, what I was slightly confused about is the framework travel plan at the moment is solely focused on single occupancy car journeys, and there's reference to something 12 delivered transportation and 20% target. It's enshrined as the key thing that we're aiming for, and then section 106 doesn't specifically look at that. It takes a more overarching look at single person car travel more generally, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that, would that be typical of a normal approaches?
So the transportation plan refers to a need for 20% reduction for new developments in terms of modal shift of single occupancy vehicles. However, when we looked at this, we were looking at solely car drive trips and how many trips we need to improve in these discussions to quantify a non-severe impact. And as a result, the 78.9% base car drive mode share in the travel plan was currently falling to 71% in our previous version, whereas it would need to fall to 60.5%, which relates to that reduction of 18.4%, which has been referenced. That's a number in terms of 78.9 to 60.5 is 18.4, as opposed to a 18.4% reduction, which would obviously be less than that. But overall, this relates to now a 30% reduction in single occupancy vehicle trips, as opposed to 20%. However, for the reasons stated and the extensive work our client was committed to, we believe that's achievable.
And you want to talk me through the process in terms of, obviously, there'll be occupiers on the site, potential individual travel plan coordinators on different sites, reporting into a single board coordinator of the framework travel plan as a whole. Talk through that process, and how that would hopefully lead to effective monitoring.
So our client will update the framework travel plan, firstly to account for these updated figures. Our client will also appoint a framework travel plan coordinator, who then will be responsible for making sure that each occupier submits an individual travel plan for their specific site. Those travel plans will need to comply with the framework travel plan, which set the basis of what needs to be included, what needs to be monitored, how frequent it needs to be monitored, and what their expectations are in terms of facilities they need to deliver, such as showers, parking facilities, etc. And then that information will feed up to the framework travel plan coordinator, who will be overall responsible for sort of enforcing these travel plans across the site, working with the council with their monitoring team.
And just to assist further on that, so we've already had extensive discussions in as a team about the approach to how the development will be delivered, and a coordinated approach to the management of the business park. So there's other elements that are also going to be incorporated within those arrangements, such as strategic landscape management, other areas for subs and surface water drainage management, the sub-private areas within the scheme that are likely to be managed on a site-wide business park management arrangement, and that framework travel plan coordination will be done through management.
In terms of the different improvements, or site highway work improvements in terms of way improvements, bus shelters, crossings, etc. I just wanted to, just for confirmation's sake, really, in terms of what's being proposed and delivered through this proposal, as opposed to what's being delivered and secured through DHL proposal. Mainly stems from looking at DHL through plans and seeing there's provision of 2 camp crossing through what they're doing, as well as various footway improvements on the northern side of the A43. Did you want to just talk me through what's actually being delivered under the realms of this proposal in terms of the site program?
Yes, of course. So it'd be best referring to the access plan. DD 1.3. Yeah, 2.1. 2.1. Yeah, sorry, 2.1. So as part of these proposals, our footway cycle track will come in at the location of the Toopen crossing, on to the eastern side of the Toad roundabout. And we are to provide a Toopen crossing across the roundabout. DHL also committed to doing a Toopen crossing at the same location, so I would suspect that it will be discussed with National Highways and subject to the timing with those applications as to who actually delivers that Toopen crossing. But we are committed to doing the Toopen crossing and then a footway cycle track in the eastern verge of the A5, as shown on the left-hand side of the drawing.
Does that directly replicate what's on the DHL approved plan in terms of the width and delineation of that?
So the DHL approved scheme wasn't required to do the footway cycle track on the eastern side of the A5, unless in the event of this application being refused, then they accepted that they would deliver those works.
Right.
That was a change in position which occurred during the DHL plan inquiry, so it wasn't part of their proposals previously, so it may not be on their application drawing.
It seems to be on the plan here to be in the schedule of approved plan, but there's two drawings that are the approved plan schedule, which seem to show what.
Yeah, one of the requests of the council was to show all the works in the area collaboratively, both DHL works and our works, which is why you can see that there's sort of changes to around the vicinity of our access. In terms of our works, it's simply the access next to the Toopen crossing and down to the crossing point on the left-hand side of the drawing, as well as the provision of those two bus stops shown on the left-hand side of the drawing.
Just to add to that, you obviously be aware of conditions 28, 29 and 30, which are other coordinating footway cycleway improvements that are both are generally within the site. So our approach was in terms of connectivity, was to try and assist by providing a more attractive and safer routes rather than immediately along the A5. So we've committed to, under condition 28, to providing a full shared footway cycle link right the way through the site, linking right the way through to zone 1 before we occupy buildings. And also we've committed to providing within zone 2 a link to the DHL sites. And then also we've committed to a footway through to public right of way SP52. That's generally shown across east-west across the bottom zone 3 of our site, which is on the parameters plan. And that goes generally in the direction of AL3 and might assist in terms of promoting walking to that site in more convenient and safe route rather than crossing the A43 further up. So those were additional ones that we'd also proposed.
I guess I'm more concerned about the clarity of what the off-site works are. I think the skill problems with the thing and it talks about
Yes, the other
off-site.
It is.
We look at potentially.
And then the bus stop one, it's
We've got stops and other off-site footway cycleway improvements. Could it be stipulated for
15.
precisely they are?
Yeah, 15, so they've got stop and offsite footway cycleway improvements as shown on that drawing 003 PO4, which
That's anything kind of grey. Research with on
yeah, particularly is that green bit.
Yeah, there's just a reference at the green bit where, to north of site access, where it says mentions it will be delivered by others. But obviously, it includes the, this drawing also includes DHL's roundabout to the north, just on the edge of the drawing.
Well, I'll interpret on that basis, anything kind of grey on the plans that we're proposing to do.
Yes, that's right.
That's
Yeah.
right, general, yeah.
Notwithstanding, there may be some crossover in terms of what shown with grey.
Yeah.
Just pick up on the points raised by interested parties about safety, access safety, particularly with proposed A5 access. And it being proposed, obviously, that there's a DHL roundabout as opposed to the A1 allocation to Aldgate served by a single access point. Another proximity of other access along the same stretch of the A5. So anything you want to say about that and how that's been considered in safety terms?
Yeah, so the access has been designed in the context of other accesses on the A5. As part of the proposals, we're closing the existing Plantation Garden Centre access and a second supplementary access to the garden centre. Therefore, we're taking two accesses down to one as an improvement. The design of the access fully accords with National Highway standards. An improvement upon the existing existing junction for the Plantation Garden Centre. So this will create a safety benefit. In terms of the impact of proximity to DHL's roundabout, this is being considered and of course with the standards in terms of distance of junctions between one another. We've also undertaken a WHR and agreed that with National Highways, which is the starting point for a design process. And that was mentioned earlier. We've undertaken a stage 1 road safety audit, which has been approved by National Highways. And moving forward, both DHL and the scheme will be required to do future road safety audits at the appropriate times of design and delivery.
Exhausted all of my questions. Are there any interested parties who wish to ask Mr. Williams a question about his evidence? It's great. Absolutely. With this table. Just to reiterate, there should be the option to ask questions rather than just going forward on the case or otherwise.
If I may, can I just sort of ask a supplementary question on the issue of sustainable routes mitigation, please? So this is the protect and provide theme. So obviously the modal shift aspiration is quite awfully high at 20%. But if it's realised, and given that we've already heard a figure of 35,000 monthly garden centre visitors, that's not existing, and we've heard a figure of 550 employees for the site and 50 construction workers over 5 years, that's quite a lot of mode shift to accommodate using pathways alongside the A5 to the south of Tow and on buses. So my question, sir, is what new bus capacity is being provided? I hear that there are the bus stops are being shifted, but what new bus capacity is being provided? What provision is being made to comply with national guidance on width, separation, segregation of pathways? What formal crossing point is being provided over the A5 such that those shifted bus stops can be safely used? And what additional bus services are being provided, particularly from the So some urban expansion, which is £3,000, which is getting on to doubling the population of Toaster, which is about, I think, like 4 kilometres, isn't it? It's quite a stretch up to there from Plantation. So the general question is, how can the proposal be safe in any volume for multi-use? What audit assurances there, and then those questions are given, what new bus capacity, what separation, segregation, formal crossing over the A5, new bus services from the SUE.
Yeah, so I'll start with the capacity of bus services. I believe that's your first point. So through this process, we've liaised with West Midlands Council and their public transport team. We've also had discussions with Stagecoach. Obviously, following the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been reductions in bus use. Therefore, Stagecoach are wholly supportive of additional patronage, which could support the longevity of these services. Obviously, a number of services in the area being withdrawn in the past 3 to 4 years. So additional patronage from this development and indeed adjacent facilities by providing that footway cycle track will be supported by Stagecoach, and there's no evidence to suggest that there's not sufficient capacity to accommodate additional usage. In terms of Toaster South bus services, I'm not involved in that application and doesn't relate to this development, so I'm unaware of what proposals or timings are associated with public transport for that development. In terms of the crossing over the A5, can I just clarify exactly what the concern or question is with that?
Yeah, so the point is that the bus stop is being moved closer into development to make bus usage more feasible, if you like, for the visitors to the site. My question is, once they get off the bus outside Aldi, how are they safely going to cross across the A5, get to the eastern side, and then to go over the Tooting crossing?
Yes, understood. So as part of the proposals, we're also including a crossing on the A5 with a splitter island of suitable width to make sure that pedestrians can actually cross one side of the carriageway, wait for space on the other side of the carriageway, and then cross that side of the carriageway, just to make sure that they have as much priority as possible in undertaking that crossing, and don't need to wait for 2 sides of the carriageway to be available before making that movement. And then you made another point in terms of the width of the footway cycle track, I believe, which will be designed fully in accordance with national highway standards, 3 metre footway cycleway in the eastern verge of the highway.
Sorry, can I just go back on that? So I think national guidance on main trunk roads, certainly if they're at 60 miles an hour at that point, is that there should be separation as well. Is that provided for?
So this South Toe roundabout, it's 30 miles an hour, I believe, going into Toaster as a sort of urban area. Therefore, the 3 metre footway cycle track immediately adjacent to the carriageway is suitable in that respect.
Thank you. So it sounds like there is no evidence that there isn't sufficient capacity if there's additional patronage, but there's no evidence that there is sufficient capacity in the buses.
But there's no
That's not a
evidence.
golden logic.
Yeah, there's no evidence as to there not being sufficient capacity. If there is evidence available that that is the case, we're not happy with it.
Sorry, so that's a sort of double negative. So what I'm trying to get at is there evidence that there is sufficient capacity to accommodate all that's mode shift on the buses?
I think in Stagecoach's opinion, the fact that we don't need to provide additional public transport provision in terms of services suggests that there is sufficient capacity on existing bus network to accommodate this modules.
Could you comment on the Sunday bus service, please? Because current Sunday bus services are negligible to non-existent. So does that mean that we're going to have prediction provide sustainability Monday to Saturday, but not Sunday?
So these proposals, again, need to be in accordance with Civil Regulation 122, so they need to be directly related to development. And it's highly unlikely that this workplace will be operational on a Sunday as the extension, as the proposed development itself.
Okay, thank you. May I ask a supplementary question, please, on the modelling? So it goes a bit beyond the questions that you asked.
Yes.
So we've heard that the base data modelling was based on a survey dated November 21. We've heard that there was government guidance that said we think at this point, which I think is 2021, we think we've past the worst and just apply caution. But I think what it also said was that, you know, you need to apply caution and potentially apply an uplift to any measurements or modelling that you took, or base data that you gathered. But then time moved on, and subsequent government data shows quite clearly that COVID impacts didn't actually rebound fully until into 2024. That's quite clearly in the public domain of government statistics. Now, the Appellant talks about validating data, producing validation checks, but my understanding is that validation checks basically take two different methodologies at a point in time and say, do they stack up? Do they correlate? Okay, so does our measurement of November 21 make sense in both ways? What it doesn't say is, does our November 21 measurement is a reality check? It just says that, yeah, at that point in time, we use two different methods and they both say the same thing. So I'm a bit concerned about this because we're talking, the opening year is supposed to be kind of like 2026 representative based on background growth. And yet we've got 2021 data that is still impacted by COVID. So my question to the Appellant is, what uplift did you apply to November 21 data to make it more related to reality?
So can you just clarify what you mean by different methodologies being used?
My understanding is that the validation checks take your sort of on the ground surveys and then they might correlate that to something like a TomTom like data collection methodology.
So our validation exercise use national highways data, so use the same data collection point on the network for our exercise, and also comparing the months of data which we compared it to. So it was exactly the same counter in the ground, which has been analysed. So it's the same methodology which has been used, same counter, and therefore we're comparing exactly like for like across these numerous months. And as I said before, we liaise with the national highways and their consultees, and their professional opinion is that the data is suitable, therefore no uplift was required.
Did you not think, given that it's taken the time and trouble to update its open year assessments, that actually just updating it for 2025, late 2024 or early 25 data might be a sensible thing to do to make sure that the impacts were realistic?
Well, because we've used the NSCM, we've taken into account of all development that would have taken place between when we did our surveys and 2026 and 2031. Therefore, inherently within this assessment, we've taken into account traffic that would have growth between those years.
Does that mean then that you've applied a growth rate to base data that could arguably be low?
The growth rates are inherently within the NSCN. Because we've used the NSCN, which is the council's approved strategic transport model, the use of our tracker data was primarily to prove that our visit model was suitable and a validated model. The actual 2026 data and 2031 data didn't use our tracker data. It was based off an earlier data collection exercise pre-COVID pandemic, and was considered a signed off model, and there's no reason to question that. I've not seen any evidence either, as to the contrary, that sort of traffic levels have significantly changed to make that data invalid.
So this comes from the fact that you've heard from various people today that that their lived reality is quite different to the sorts of viewing numbers that we see in some of these reports, whichever application. So that's why these questions keep on coming forward.
Yeah, well, it's my job to look at the evidence comprehensively, obviously take into account there's evidence, but obviously the evidence has been submitted and the evidence has been put forward to support interested party claim, and obviously my own response for satisfaction to overriding considerations.
Yeah, so can if the applicant please confirm that its modelling reflected DHL's solar scheme, which that's the mitigation scheme that was shown at appeal, rather than and that was put forward as an amendment at their appeal, rather than the original cumulative scheme, which was a slightly more comprehensive in terms of highway capacity. So the question is, which DHL mitigation scheme have you factored into your modelling, please?
Yeah, we've used the latest DHL scheme and made sure that was agreed with the council on highways.
So during the appeal process, we said that DHL amended its approach to mitigation, and there were measures set out in the original mitigation scheme, the cumulative scheme, that were not then taken forward. And these were largely relating to lane extension on the A5 North. And this Williams said that he's at the DHL appeal. You'll have heard that DHL suggests that Plantation could or should implement the additional measures that it wasn't taking forward at a modest cost of £250,000. So the question is, why has this applicant not taken this forward?
As discussed earlier, this relates to the assessing the impact of development in accordance with the National Plan Policy Framework, which requires a sustainable vision-led approach to be taken to mitigating transport impacts in the first instance, which is exactly what we've undertaken. And we've shown with modal shift that the impact of development would not be, there is not a residual cumulative impact of development after the modal shift.
Okay, this was the inspector to decide whether he goes with that. Just briefly on the number of site entrances on the A5 that's being covered, but what road safety exercise has been done that covers the total position across A2 with the emergency services potentially coming out there? The two developments to the west side of the A5 and Plantation and DHL. Presumably there's been a sort of comprehensive cumulative road safety exercise that proves that both flow and safety is acceptable.
So at the time of the work, we've obviously taken into account the latest information available and committed as such, taken into account the DHL roundabout, which is shown on our scheme, would have been considered as part of a road safety audit. Any future proposals in the area will need to take into account the committed position of accesses. As I said, we've done a road safety audit and that's been approved by National Highways.
I'm not quite sure whether road safety audit is just sort of on road accounts or if it covers all of the whole stretch, and that's kind of the bit I'm guessing at.
So it includes the extent of the drawing provided in the CD reference, which we mentioned earlier. 2.1.
So the question is whether it includes those
DHL
all five potential nodes.
DHL's roundabouts included on that. Walborough's accessing them isn't included because we're not aware of a committed highway scheme for that access.
And finally, so the KCP appellant's putting a lot of weight on the forecasts, forecast, finding case law, based on an open year position. Mr. Rivet sort of proposed 2031 as his open year proxy, given queries about the 2024-2025 position. If I understand this correctly, if all reasonable future scenarios to be built in, then the 2031 position built in 100% build out. But I think we're talking about the 2024 position, or is it 2036? Incorporating just a build out of one unit per development. So there's a very big difference between one unit and 100% build out in terms of traffic flow. It'd be good to have the appellant's clarity on that.
So it's one unit at each of the other AR sites and the 100% occupation of the proposed development, which is what is required by National Highways. We went through that earlier.
Okay, so the final question then is, given the answer to that question and to other matters that we raised, how will the public to be comforted, I suppose, in adverse impacts that will arise on Tove, and they're even in your revised modelling. They're not interested in the network basis, they're interested in, can I get from A to B, north-south on the A5 or east-west on the A43 on that very significant node? How's it going to be dealt with?
So National Highways have that position that they'll be working with the council to develop an approach through policy. And it's not the need of this development to respond to the issues of background channel growth.
Thanks. No other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's in the you want to bit Joe to be funny or no? Yeah.
So I haven't got any questions, but I did indicate I'd just like to take you through the salient parts of the Hawkhurst decision, if I might. I have included in the submissions one of the key paragraphs, but I think it's probably just relevant given the questions that have been asked in the submissions that have been made, just to take you through the key paragraphs of that. So it's at CD 10.23. Let me just turn off some so I've got a printed copy, which probably bears no resemblance to the full documents in terms of payment numbers. So I'm going to ask Mr. Tace if my Wi-Fi is just crashed at the relevant moment. But so the relevant paragraphs for you to read, and obviously I invite you to do so in full, but I'm going to pick out a few salient points. Thank you. Are paragraphs 136 to 139, which are in your version. sorry, I don't know if you have those. It's paragraphs 136 to 139. You've got them, great. Well, thank you very much. So just the key point really is that the relevant test is not one of nil detriment, and nor is the question whether there will be an addition of traffic to an already busy road, and nor is it Mr. Williams' final point. I think he just made the function of the appeal scheme to deal effectively with existing issues on the network or background traffic issues, because the court in this case looked at the issue of residual cumulative impacts and what that meant, and just taking the paragraphs in turn and setting the context, sir. If you look at paragraph 136, about halfway down the paragraph, we can see that the court articulated that in that case, the claimant's concern was that permitting incremental small-scale development with minor increases in traffic was not acceptable for a junction that was already congested and bound to become increasingly so with committed development and normal traffic roads. So that was the context of the point that was being raised. And at paragraph 137, about a third of the way down, the court noted that cumulative modelling presented in support of the application demonstrated that in 2033, with committed development and natural traffic growth, delays at the junction would continue to get worse, and an authority might choose to describe them as severe. And the court says that this will not establish, let alone materially assist, in showing that small levels of additional traffic assumed from a development of this kind will create a residual cumulative impact, which is of itself severe. And then we see at paragraph 138, the court says, in recognition of this sort of point, it no doubt led the council to recognise that objection in principle to any further development affecting the junction was not consistent with what was then para 109, now 116 of the framework. And then it's this, the court says, such a blanket objection would not recognise the potential for minor impacts to be addressed by mitigation measures such as public transport measures. So the court confirming that those mitigation measures should be taken into account. And such blanket objection would not be based on a case-by-case assessment of whether the particular impact caused by the particular development could be treated as severe. So that's really important. What is required is a case-by-case assessment of whether the particular impact caused by the particular development could be treated as severe. And then the court says, in my judgment, what is now 116 of the framework, necessarily requires consideration of whether the residual cumulative impact of the proposed development is severe. That's what one's looking at. So residual cumulative impact of the proposed development is severe, not simply whether existing or projected congestion without that development would be severe. And then the court also addressed a point that was raised in that case, which was essentially, well, what about if this is essentially a death by 1,000 cuts, because you have lots of applications coming forward where there's a small impact, and together those could cause a problem, essentially. And the court addresses that position in paragraph 139 and says this, 6, the fact that residual cumulative impacts of this particular development are not judged to be severe does not mean that death by 1,000 cuts, or more accurately, an ever-increasing material worsening of the junction from small-scale development is inevitable. Each case will still need to be judged on its own merits, having regard to factors such as the site-specific location, the particular development proposed, its characteristics, the extent to which the public transport improvements to be secured by the contribution are relevant to site, and ultimately the trips it will generate on the road network. And then at the bottom, the fact that they, the council, considered this particular application does not cause any material impact in that case, given the very low level of traffic generated, does not mean that it will allow the claimant's concern of a death by 1,000 cuts to materialise. It demonstrates an approach of scrutinising the effect of each cut or the size of any additional drip from the tap, coupled with the effects of any mitigation proposed in each case. So just really emphasising and going back to the point at 138, that what is required is that case-by-case assessment of whether the particular impact caused by the particular development can be treated as severe, and that's the appropriate approach as a matter of law. So.
Thank you. Let's check actually there were no other interested parties on the last question. Let's do it. Oh, yes, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can explain the names.
And where you was distance?
And you're a local resident.
Well, I resident, which I've also been working with safety. I have a question.
If you want to come to the this time.
I have a question regarding the proposed crossing south of the A43 for the bus travellers. So, you don't understand in your evidence that you propose to move the bus stop further north to enable that crossing to be sited in close proximity to a bus stop.
Yeah, we want to move bus stops further north, so they're closer to the site to make it easier to walk between site and public transport.
Do you have any designs which suggest where that bus stop might be on the crossing?
Yeah, so the design is shown on one of the core documents, 2.1 was where the crossing is shown.
Can you describe where it is?
You want to see what this plan?
Oh, sure.
That's.
Okay. So it's roughly outside Aldi as we.
Yes, yes, next to Old Green Norton Road.
Between the. Yes, between the turn up for the Aldi car park and the Shell petrol station.
It is quite outside Aldi.
Okay. And then the crossing would be close to that bus stop.
The crossing will be, yeah, immediately adjacent to it.
No questions.
So I suppose my next question, has that been factored into your traffic modelling? Because that seems very awfully close to a busy roundabout.
Yeah, so the bus stops are coded into the modelling, and we agreed those locations
Okay.
with the modelling teams at National Highways and West North Council, and that's being agreed.
Has it shown that bus stop, sorry, that crossing, the traffic lights will not have any material impact on the flow of the traffic around roundabout?
Yeah, there's no concerns with the impact of the crossing on the flow of the road network.
Okay.
And also the bus stops are offline as well, so in terms of the actual flow of traffic while buses are stopped, they've been agreed with Stagecoach and the council to put them offline and National Highways.
Okay.
No impacts extended with the bus stops or crossing.
Okay, so my observation purely was that is quite a congested piece of road, as I'm sure you're aware, with several turnings in and out of the A5 there, and close proximity to a very busy roundabout.
Yeah, we've agreed the location as a safe location for the bus stops. I'm keen to put that Splitter Island in to make sure that pedestrians have the safest opportunities to cross.
Right. Very much. Thank you.
Let's bring my plan back to the purposes of putting your name on my decision. So are you representing the state post now?
I'm representing myself.
So that's right. Okay. I think in terms of timing overall, I think we're going to be pushing it to get through conditions and planning obligation today. I suggest perhaps just take a quick 10-minute adjournment and then come back to finish off. I've not got many questions from the planning context. I think things we discussed earlier. I think it might be sensible just to try and get through that today and perhaps adjourn until tomorrow. I think it's today. Vociferous objection to that?
So no vociferous objection, just wondering whether we might get through if you don't have very many questions for this to take, because the conditions and the 106 are largely agreed. I know, of course, you want to go through them. But I mean, subject to what others say, subject to what my team says, we could sit a little bit later just to finish in the interest of finishing today. If it's something that others, you think is feasible.
I'm potentially happy to sit a little bit longer, but I'm from experience, sometimes these sessions do go on a little bit longer than you might anticipate, and suddenly we're here at 6:30 and we're still not finished, which could happen.
I can't disagree with that. That yes, I mean it can.
And my instincts say I think we'll be pushing to try and get through today and finish at a decent time. Not that I've got a huge amount to say, but I mean there's things that I'll have to clarify and
No, so I just thought I should float it in the interest of public resources, but I completely accept your point.
Are you happy with that approach?
So we're very happy to be guided by you with Let's Legal Aid.
We'll go with what I said then. We'll have a quick 10-minute journey, we'll come back at 4:30 and we'll come go through the planning round table and then journey come back tomorrow. We can come back earlier if it's any help, 9:30 potentially.
No, I think 9:30 would be difficult for the team.
Difficult check, that will be 10. But I'll reconfirm at the end of the day. But time going to have a short journey and reconvene at 4:30.
Yeah, that's Anyway,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't know, he kind of did off there, maybe. But they can't. They go to the access that. And they go to the access. It's all like being roundabout, just more improving time, just as how. Well, they might not, it depends how they're buying. Yes.
Very busy place. So it's as the current level, it's just moving into a place. Yes, it's
Yes.
Then the road splits. There's a right turn. The roundabouts.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Straight off.
So the existing bus stops out.
So it's
At the moment, there's no crossing.
it's outside the key station.
It's in the north gate. Didn't play that week.
The north stop is outside the police station.
No, it's not north now. And it's literally just. Well, so it's.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is putting it in lay bars. With an actual. Across the road, well, but with the island, you do have the sort of halfway stop as it were.
People are going to be encouraged for their children to make that walk to the football fields using that crossing, but it's not controlled.
I think. One. Seems to be wondering. Yeah. But it's a part of
It doesn't interest.
Yes, yes, the yeah, the intention is that the relief road. Takes it to traffic, yeah. Well, I mean, that's what the movie was about. What's Wednesday? Around the roadworks. I don't know. Yeah, I get updates from recipients every now and again as to how they're getting on with it, but I don't always know the weekly out. Yeah, I mean, I think when they say something's going to, yeah, what we find is it the tails in the well, yeah, I mean, I think that's to complete every, dot every I, cross every T, whereas what you actually find is that about 25% of the way through is basically open to the bit, and that last 30% is, yeah, magging, drainage, and all the tunnel, all that sort of stuff.
So there was an issue with the
Right.
Okay, welcome back on the words. So yes, we'll kick on with the planning evidence. I've only got the questions, a couple of things that we have come from as well. And of course, again, there's some really anything else, anything more for you to cover to not have anything else that's been discussed earlier in the day. Well, first come to Mr. Russell's point about mixed uses and concerned about the prevalence of VA, not just on the AL1 allocation, but on naming allocation as well. The AL3, the reference has been predominantly VA, and what he describes as a saturation of VA uses, and I think it's even suggested that the site itself that we're considering every day, the exclusive B1/B2 uses. To set out the rationale for the approach being taken and considerations in terms of the level of VA on this site, on this allocation, and the wider area, including for allocations.
Yes, so with regard to the policy test that's in the plan, in AL1, right, AL1 talks about specifically the site being allocated for effectively B1, B2, B8, so it was a B1 in the general sense of the old terminology of B1, but policy now in G3, we're referring to, we're excluding officers. Yeah, the policy doesn't set out a prescription in terms of the balance or mix of specific uses, but it does have a sub criteria in there that speaks to the requirement to submit market evidence around the necessity for different use classes and uses and types of units, etc., which we did with our application. We've got agents instructed in respect to the proposals of provided advice to my client about the nature of the development, obviously, its ability to be viable and deliverable within the market, and that evidence does speak to need for these types of units, these need for these range of units within these different sectors. And supports the nature of the development as we're proposing. So we have complied with policy in terms of being market-led and evidence-led on that basis. We have committed in the conditions to a restriction on the overall amount of B8, which we're comfortable with and our agents are comfortable with. It is a genuine scheme for a mixed use scheme of B1, B2, B8, and that flexibility within those uses will optimise its marketability and interest in the market. The B8 component of the scheme, of course, is different to the B8 component within DHL. So we are small and medium-sized units. We've got a restriction on the largest size of a unit that we can create on the site to try and give some comfort around that scale. The nature of the site, the zones that we've created within the master plan, and also just generally the shape of the application site means that it's very difficult to do much larger format buildings for this parcel and this application area in any event. So the types of V8 units that we're putting forward, we will be some small, medium size V8 opportunities, which are quite different in the market to the large scale strategic warehouse units that much considerably much bigger that are being provided on the IM sites AO3 and also on balance of AO1. So I think we've struck the appropriate balance in terms of the overall provision across the AO sites, including the AO1. I know that the inspector of the DHL decision mentions in paragraph 3 that he suggests that taken together with the current planning application for the remainder of the site, our site, it's potentially up to 89.2% of the floor area across those allocation could be V8 use. However, across the site allocation as a whole, there will be 75 to 25% split between floor plate units over 100,000 square feet. So he was making a distinction there that the V8 might be quite high, but actually is quite a distinction in terms of the scale and type of the floor plates that are obviously proposing. That's that distinction of what we're doing differently. I think from just a wider general perspective about units and unit types and sizes, is that there's quite a lot I've emphasised in my group of evidence about the preamble to policy AO1, which talks about the necessity for trying to do schemes that are of a market town type scale and nature. And whilst others like DHL and IM have been embroiled in their appeals and inquiries, justifying the very large scale nature of their building formats, I think our proposals are very much akin to the overall original concept for these, certainly for the allocation at AO1, but was for more traditional market town type employment development of this small and medium sized scale, and does counteract and provide for an extra variety of unit sizes to counteract the large scale units that are being provided as well on this on other so I think that's quite important, so that a mixture of market needs can be addressed. So I think it's highly complementary, this scheme, and actually very important to make sure that the mix on that overall development is not of such that overall do provide for that variety of unit.
Thank you. You mentioned there about the evidence supporting or market analysis to support or justify position in terms of this view. So the main document in that sense is this from TDP real estate letter from.
That's right. It's my planning statement, so that's correct. Yeah.
And that remains the most relevant piece of analysis to date.
Yeah, I spoke to them in terms of preparing my proof and said we could have a supplementary note or something I could further append to my statement, but they were comfortable that still remained the case in terms of the general market needs and demands that they perceive that would be asked for this site. And my style are different to DHL and to IM. In actual fact, my client is to a certain extent pleased that DHL and IM are doing something different so that they can market something in the market that is not competing with them. So,
I've got a question, a general question in terms of policy AA, and one of it's common ground to everyone, that's the most important and relevant policy. In terms of the actual allocation. I mean, is there anything else you want to say around that? Some more general terms around the proposal cause of that? Or may well feel that you've already elaborated on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, as I see it, the most important policy because it's specifically a site in the development plan that is allocated for this development. So, as a starting point, it's particularly key. So my evidence of 5.11 sets out that policy, and then the following paragraphs each in turn effectively go through each of the criteria that are within that policy and seek to give you comfort so that each of the aspects within that policy have been met. And that includes wider issues that you may have had issues with or concerns but have not been raised today. For example, part of the allocation is to include Total Town Football Club, and that has been provided for within the DHL scheme.
So you can get some comfort around that. You've talked about the rich and range of uses, approach to master planning, links to the SPD and the technology framework that came forward, associated with that. There's other aspects within the policy as well that could include general compliance, access to good public transport services, which also have buses and access to bus stops and services, new footpath provisions, the transport assessment has already been mentioned. Heritage is a matter which we have touched on lightly, but it is common ground that instead of registered parking gardens, there's no adverse impacts that you should be concerned about from a heritage perspective. Landscape and visual, there's other aspects. Archaeology is another matter that's been fully covered and done detailed investigations on that you'll see in the papers. So effectively, the full elements of the various criteria within the policy, I think, fully met.
Just return to what was Barry raised earlier, that's on this related matters. Touched on the plantation of woodland and specific area of their concerns. She suggests Stitch currently supports the greatest number of bird territories across the site. It's part of the precious habitat. Also considering my own viewing that is fairly sizable accumulation of trees of relative maturity.
Yeah.
And also setting out as Barry suggesting that the tree might perform the same function for many years. Is that acknowledged and what perspective one to
Yeah, I mean the plantation was planted with some assistance and grant funding associated with that. There's no conflict in terms of arrangements that can see that woodland come out from the previous grant funding that was provided to put it in. So there's no inherent conflict with that. Obviously, the woodland was put in by my clients, so planted by the appellants. But obviously, it was planted some years ago before the site was even allocated. So matters have moved on. The site has since been allocated in development for developments, and consideration was, of course, given to retention of that woodland from both a biodiversity perspective, but also a landscape and visual perspective. Did it perform any valuable functions from both of those aspects, and a general amenity value associated with it? And our conclusion was that it could come out and there would be alternative ways to compensate for the removal of that wood, and that's effectively the way that we've done it. And certainly from a landscape and visual perspective, as Morton said earlier on, given its location and its location sandwiched in the middle of the development, it doesn't. If it was would have on the edge of the development, then I think it would be more priority to keep it. Why would we take it down and replant? But I think from this from the perspective of where it's actually located within the middle of the development, it doesn't have any particular value from a landscape and visual perspective. With regard to ecology, it does have some value, and there is some recognition of that within the ecology report. But the trees are described, I think, by the arboricultural officer of councillors, I think, relatively juvenile. Juvenile needs to be a tree, but it's in the officers' reports committee. I think the two officers' comments are at page 44 of the officers' report, and the ecology officers' comments are at page 42, both of whom raise no objection to the removal. I mean, there's some tension in what was said by the third party comments in terms of suggestions that, well, you know, ecology doesn't work when it's next to buildings and things like that, etc. And they need space, ecology interested in space, etc. So this would be sandwiched between, you know, sizable B8 buildings associated with DX to the north, and then our buildings. So it would be in a very narrow corridor. So its value from that perspective wouldn't be particularly high if that was a point that was raised by third parties. So overall, I think there was a general desire and a view taken that it could be removed. And of course, we've got ways of dealing with that now through biodiversity net gain credits and those approaches. But obviously, this application was submitted before BNG and the new statutory requirements on BNG. But we still took the approach and proactive approach to positively plan for, you know, a biodiversity net gain of some
not marginal, but some significant level. I think we get to over 13% increase on habitat units, and that takes into account obviously the loss of the woodland. I'm unsure that the development overall, when it comes in, will achieve a biodiversity net gain overall.
And that's contributed to by on-site planting techniques as well as the.
Yes.
Off-site.
Yes, it is, and there was also a suggestion that said, well, you know, if you did less development on site, you wouldn't need as many off-site credits. But at the end of the day, the site is allocated for employment development in the development plan. So yes, we could not do any of the development at all and create a nature reserve, and then we wouldn't lose any, and we could create much more biodiversity on the site itself, but we wouldn't then be in conformity with the development plan or achieve the economic objectives that are in the development plan as well. So I think it needs to be balanced with the wider development plan led system that allocates the site and seeks wider economic improvements to the locality. And that can be counterbalanced. Like I say, we're still retaining as much as we can on site as possible. Okay, we've not kept the woodland, but we'll keep as much as we can on the A43. So most of that screening and extensive tree planting along that A43 corridor is kept. As much as we can on the A5, obviously excluding the access and works that are immediately around that. The bound through the site, there's not many hedgerows. There isn't any hedgerows through the site, as you'll see, or you've probably already seen. There's hedgerows and some trees around the edges of the site, and we'll be keeping those. And the strategic landscaping around the edge links into that to boost those boundaries as well. So we're keeping as much as we can, with the obvious necessity to deliver the employment development and then provide off-site habitat creation where we can. And the client's got land that's been assessed that has got potential for biodiversity enhancement associated with it. So we can do that without even the necessity of buying credits on site that we actually don't even know. So we're really full control of that as well, although the section 6 is around for an either or of using that or a credit alternative.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, one final thing. The SVD does highlight, I think it's 6.22, that it doesn't include any particular policy conflicts with removing the woodland as well. It's 6.22. The SVD, yeah. Yeah, it says the existing belt of juvenile woodland could be removed to ensure new buildings and safety and accessibility. So,
got a note here to pick up on time of a condition point. I don't propose to do it now, but will we want to reopen that when we can go through the condition schedule? I just encourage you to give consideration as to what flexibility.
is your concern, sir, a desire to ensure that we do get and achieve an opening year in 2026? Is that or is your concern that by having a longer period for submission of reserve matters, the delivery of the development will take place over a longer period of time and could have different implications in some way?
It's more to do with the opening year. It's the opening of Q1. First,
yeah.
It just strikes me there seems to be a disconnect between the points that have been raised or the support that's been put forward for the scheme, and then is that necessarily followed through with any restrictions that are put through with the conditional time? I know it's a standard condition potentially with we would apply the DHL.
Yeah, we can have a think over that. We can have a think over that, and I might be able to help you as well, because we've got a specific development program that we set up with some key timetables, and that might give you some further assurances about the program that we've got with you.
We can revisit. We'll ask you about scheme's benefits. I would say I'd be comprehensive in terms of ask you a question for the sake of referring what's written before me. I don't think there's any lack of clarity necessarily about what's been put forward. Are there any interested parties who wish to put a question to this table? Ms. Reid, is there anything you want to pick up on?
There was a couple of other points that I just wanted to pick up from earlier. Yeah, I think it was, I remember the gentleman's name. It was the first thing, I think. So, yes, still saying closer now. So there were some questions that were mentioned about. It was around, let's use yourself, but there was a suggestion that I think that the general point was that the unemployment rate within Toaster is not particularly very high. So there's most people looking, generally it's very paraphrasing, but it's not many people looking for a job in Toaster, and therefore whereas they come from everywhere else to come here again. I think that misses fundamentally the point, and there is various elements that I've emphasised from the development plan that speak to this issue about, it's not us just, suggesting that there's some benefit to more development in employment development in Toaster. It's actually a development plan aspiration to provide more development, employment development within Toaster to counteract our commuting. So it's not necessarily that there's a high unemployment rate within Toaster, but there is a evidential understanding that a lot of people in Toaster don't actually work in Toaster. They work in Northampton or Milton Keynes or Daventry, and therefore if there's more opportunities for them to work in Toaster, they over a period of time might eventually work here as opposed to working elsewhere. So it's providing opportunities to more balance the provision of where people live with the opportunities for employment. So it's pulling people back from elsewhere, which I think is quite important. So that was just a point just wanted to emphasise. I think there were some other detailed points that have been mentioned before by Satos and I do address them in my proof. There's a section in my proof that describes responses to third party. But one of the suggestions was about the necessity for BREEAM excellence, for example. Well, there's a development plan policy that specifically speaks to the requirement for BREEAM very good. So we are meeting the development plan policy requirement for very good. In reality, BREEAM very good is now almost, well, it is behind current building regs. So current building regs are almost at BREEAM excellent. So to a certain extent, and it actually to a significant extent, quite a lot of planning commissions now don't even refer to these regulations because building regulations should be dealing with it more effectively. But anyway, we are committing to very good. Yeah. And then there was a series of matters that were saying, well, the DHL's conditions have got this and you haven't got that. Well, Mr. Callis and I have been through the DHL decision and we've made sure and adjusted ours appropriate to this development and where they're relevant for this development. So it could be that there's other matters that DHL covered off in theirs that are different, not massively different service yards and detailed proposals for their buildings that might necessitate it. We have covered off a lot of those things that are in there anyway. It's actually biodiversity and construction, etc., etc. So I think when we go through the conditions, I think we'll find a lot of those are actually covered.
I wasn't intending just to quickly go through the rest of them has been provided with still. Yeah, just to say, just so you can clarify.
We'll do that now or tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing else you want to talk about?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Just to explore the appetite for closing submission in terms of what you've heard there doing that.
No, so I don't have anything else to add over the submissions that I made.
Yeah, and still be a cost rebuttal or by.
Oh, the cost rebuttal will be ready, particularly now we're going over.
Yeah, just checking
Yeah.
what's on everyone's. Okay, are there any other housekeeping matters?
It's just one housekeeping matter, so in terms of the site visit, and whether you're intending for that to be accompanied or unaccompanied, because we're just deciding who we need here tomorrow from the appellant's team.
Well, the starting point is I've already done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was only going to do it if there was a specific reason to, on the basis of what was brought forward, and whether there's a specific desire for me to do a further visit from my side.
No.
So at this moment, I'm not proposing to do another visit. I've carefully checked the inquiry rules, so it's only compulsory if on that particular requested, I'll be open.
So in which case, so I just want to confirm that Mr. Morton can be excused for tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, we will adjourn and resume tomorrow at 10 AM. Thank you. Yeah. That's all there is.
Yeah, which the inspector said will go through, so. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, that's a lot of. I'm on. It's really. Yeah, he said he'd go there.
When you have quite straightforward issue.
Yes, yes. Yes. I'm just thinking, obviously, it's got such a track. Really haven't got anywhere for this. Yes. Always go out with a headwind. Yeah, tell them what we've done. And obviously, something that we will just go and sit next to I mean, having tendency to be like,
Yeah,
I mean, no. Yeah, it's something. It's process, yeah. All right. You want to sit down and go and get your time.
Yeah.
Feel that bad. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's fine.
So find a chance.
That's fine.
So.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
He's gonna get the cotton sheet.
Yeah.
Make sure. You can get the bottom.
Have you got that phone?
If he's a.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Just a long way. It's a long way.
That's
If that's the case, like, get it, let's have it this way, tomorrow, no, we say it's how things, whatever. Yeah.
We're all in the car.
It's all right.
So you wanna go,
Yes, I know, I'm gonna shoot on.
I will get.
You take this one.
Somewhere to start.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, it goes down to the road, it goes down to the road, but now.
It's really.
I still down.
Down to the room, and then I'll meet you at our front.
I'm still standing.
Just take it down and get
Yeah, thank you. That's it. No. Still chat. Yeah. Yeah.